ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the course of the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral land holding, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haimanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Now, perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. Doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it'll work. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmudic teachings. Karaism, which we're going to, God willing, discuss a little bit in a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless, it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although, again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just their understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Nida. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for perhaps the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Chimyarim or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly. So it's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith which are definitely not common to other Jews. They have, for example, monasticism, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of monks. And they have incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word perhaps Oraita, meaning Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written in Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity and also of the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of texts, probably taken from the Greek, and they used those as their central religious texts. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which are not similar to what's going on in the rest of Rabbinic Judaism. This will pose significant consequences for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that, in a much later lecture. But I will note at this point that great scholars like Rav Ovadia Yosef, the chief rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Ridvaz and said that they are Jewish in origin, and that really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things that I've learned in my own research for this lecture, they have an incredible yearning for Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, however, there was an unfortunate event, which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia, brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study in Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud, and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic traditions. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis to study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Gobat. And this is one of the rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jewry to Christianity, and it was the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, as we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event, because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspect of this story, which relates to their targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Aaron Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called falasha, as you see here, an illustration from one of his many books at the time. Much of the actual preaching was not done by Stern directly. He actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served, because at one point he was arrested by the emperor. But many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity, who went on to proselytize on his behalf. Now, in 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named Kindi Fanta converted to Christianity through this mission, and he was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor. And this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. The curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beta Israel took this very seriously. I think this is part of the cultural milieu of Ethiopia, with which I am not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will place a death sentence on the emperor?" So the Beit Israel went to court over this. Again, it's 1862. It's still the modern era. And several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian Jews. Now, in that same year, there is some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated, ended in disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease, and ultimately the march ceased at Tigray in northern Ethiopia when many of the survivors simply stayed there, and others tried to make it back to Lake Tana. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jewry, but there will be a glorious 20th century development that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jewry. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful, and I have to say I find it absolutely inspirational. And I look forward to speaking with you next about the Jews of Khazaria, strangely a related topic. Thank you for watching. I recorded about 500 videos on Jewish history now, and one of the things that used to surprise me, unfortunately doesn't surprise me anymore, is that in the top 10 of popularity, my handful of videos on the Khazar conversion remain very popular. And at first I thought, that's a really cool thing, but now I begin to think it says something unfortunate about humanity. So for this video and the next, which are going to focus on the unusual chapter of Khazar Jewry in our larger project, I'm going to first speak about something that is frequently posed as a question, and I'll answer definitively. The answer is no. Ashkenazi Jews are not Khazars. They are not descended from the Khazar people. If they have any connection with the Khazar, it is very, very tiny in proportion to the overwhelming whole, which is largely European and Middle Eastern in background. So let's take some time to understand what the big controversy is about and what is the resolution to something which is a burning question for many people. First of all, what is the Khazar hypothesis? Although it is shrouded in mystery, most historians coalesce around the idea that a population in the region of the Caspian Sea, not too far from the northern Black Sea, encompassing part of southeastern Europe, converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th century. They had come into existence in the 6th century as a proto-empire and then began expanding until they were finally defeated by the people of Kiev and Rus. That would be based in today's Kyiv, Ukraine, in the 10th century, and then they basically disappeared. So here's a map that shows you roughly where the Khazar Empire would have stretched. Again, we can't use like really firm boundaries, but this is the general area. Now, at the same time, more or less, you have the establishment of Jewish Ashkenaz, which is associated primarily with Germany, with the Rhineland, and we begin to see Jewish settlement there from somewhere around the 10th century onward. The name Ashkenaz is of biblical origin, but it is applied in the medieval period to this region of Germany. Now, from what we know from lots of other sources, there's a pretty significant eastward expansion or migration of the Jews of Ashkenaz to Eastern Europe for reasons that I'm looking forward to discussing with you in later videos. But there's a lot of spread of Ashkenazi Jews to the east, and from there, they constitute the largest single demographic chunk of European Ashkenazi Jews as a whole. Looking at this outline here in yellow is basically where most Ashkenazi Jews trace their origins to. Of course, there's a big migration to the Americas, particularly from Eastern Europe in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and that's basically the migration that my own ancestors came from, and that's basically the story. The term Ashkenazi, again, derives from medieval Germany, although most of those Jews who use that term later migrated to Eastern Europe, and then from there, many of them to America, Israel, and so on. That's to distinguish them from other ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as the Sephardim, who trace their origins primarily to the Iberian Peninsula. God willing, we'll talk a lot more about them shortly. Now, here's the Khazarian hypothesis. Since there is something of an overlap between the limits of the Khazar Empire, which had some kind of connection, possibly a conversion to Judaism, perhaps in the 8th century, and the population of Jews that by the time you get to the 20th century, the vast bulk of Ashkenazi Jews are living in Eastern Europe. The Khazar hypothesis says that the Jews that call themselves Ashkenazim coming from Eastern Europe are not descendants of the German Ashkenazim. They are actually descendants from the Khazars, and that's the Well, that's it in a nutshell. Now, why should we care about this is something that we'll talk about in the next video, but that's the essence of the Khazar hypothesis, that the Jews who originate from Eastern Europe are primarily descended from this Turkic tribe living in Central Asia. Perhaps one of the most significant thinkers and writers on this period is Professor Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University. Great scholar, has written quite a bit on Eastern European Jewish history, and he's published quite a bit on Khazaria in particular. He has a very jaundiced view of the entire conversion process as a whole, the entire conversion story, which I'll speak about in the next video. But he says there are a few really clear reasons why we can say that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. First of all, there is no DNA evidence to support this. Now, if you go back to my earlier videos, as I've been doing these over the last 10 years, there's been growing amounts of data, and you'll see slight changes even in my own presentation because of the appearance of new data. DNA evidence is one of the most exciting tools that historians have in their, toolbox. And when it comes to the question of biological descent as opposed to halachic identity, Jewish identity by Jewish law, which is a different thing, although they tend to overlap like a Venn diagram, it's really clear that there's no DNA evidence or a very tiny element of DNA evidence to support the idea of a Khazar origin to Eastern European Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, one exception to that rule is the Professor Eran El-Haik, who's written some interesting things on this, but he remains controversial, and most scholars are not accepting the research that he's presented specifically on Khazaria. Now, without being a scientist and be able to get into the real nuts and bolts of this, what I've read about this is that he prepared in 2013, I think it was first published, an analysis of about 1,300 Y chromosomes, 1,300 people looking at their Y chromosomes to try to see what the similarities were between Jews and about 75 odd other nationalities. Unfortunately, the sample was really, really small. Of the Jews, only 8 fit the specific parameters that we're looking at right now. That's a tiny number to really make huge statements about the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews. Secondly, more significantly, the number of Khazar individuals studied were precisely 0, because there are no Khazars today, and in fact, we haven't had any Khazars for about 1,000 years. There has been no one walking around who claims Khazar descent to whom we can go to for genetic data. In other words, you can't compare Jews to Khazars if you don't have any Khazars to actually say, oh, you're a Khazar. Great, let's take your DNA. So what he did was he essentially guessed, an educated guess, using Georgians and Armenians, which live roughly in the same area, but with 1,000 years of population movement, it's really hard to say that that's reasonable at all. So it's considered widely to be a very unreliable estimate, and most scholars, particularly most historians, are not accepting this limited data evidence to suggest that Jews come from Khazaria. Secondly, we can pile on the burden of proof here. The second thing is there's absolutely no linguistic evidence of Khazar influence on Jews. I mean, one of the things that we would certainly expect to see is that Jews would pick up Khazar terminology in their Yiddish. Yiddish, by the way, is the overwhelmingly dominant native language of the Jews who call themselves Ashkenazi, originating from Eastern Europe. At the turn of the 20th century, there was a census in the Russian Empire, and I think it was 98% of Ukrainian Jews, 97% of Jews throughout the empire, if I remember correctly, claimed Yiddish as their mother tongue. And there is no discernible evidence of Turkic in Yiddish. There are some interesting words here and there that are a kind of uncertain derivation. There's a professor named Weinreich, who is one of the most important theorists of early Yiddish, who argues that the word daven, which means to pray, might come from a Turkic origin, but it's kind of up in the air. Absolutely, Yiddish is basically German. It's overwhelmingly German. Arguments to the contrary, that its grammar is essentially Slavic, is nonsensical to anyone who has studied all three language groups. If you've studied German, if you've studied some Slavic languages, and you've studied Yiddish, you know that Yiddish is overwhelmingly German, written with Hebrew characters, with a significant borrowing of Hebrew, Aramaic, both Jewish languages, and a certain amount of French, and all the various words that come along as the Jews are traveling through their migrations. The small elements of Slavic grammar that are visible, particularly in the Eastern dialects of Yiddish, which is not at all surprising given that we're talking about living in a Slavic area. They're not Turkic, they're Slavic, very different languages, and they're basically like uses of aspect and other finer grammatical forms. So bottom line is, Yiddish is way, way more German than it is Turkic. The Turkic elements, the Khazar elements, are vanishingly small if they exist at all. Third, there's no cultural evidence. I mean, where are the recipes? Where are the folk customs? Where are the superstitions, the stories, the legends, the songs that one would expect to come from Turkic origins? We simply don't have them in Ashkenazi culture. We have lots of Russian things, lots of Ukrainian, especially lots of Ukrainian, Polish, and so on, after 1,000 years of living in the region. We have evidence of German, of Latin, of French types of cultural accretions that follow the Jews as they travel, but we don't have any Khazarian things. So the burden of proof is clearly on those who want to push this theory. The overwhelming amount of evidence suggests that the model of Jewish migration from Ashkenaz is exactly what happened historically. So then that brings us to the next question: where did Ashkenazi Jews come from? And I get this question a lot, actually. So this is Doron Behar, who is a remarkable geneticist who's really advanced the field quite a bit. And he's done some great studies of DNA, and most of them just appeared in the last few years. One of the most fascinating things that he discovered is that 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews are descended from precisely 4 women, apparently of European origin, and there's some indication that they lived about 1,000 years ago, or perhaps a little bit earlier. No indication they lived like they knew each other, but there are 4 specific women that seems to have had a tremendous impact on Ashkenazi Jews. Furthermore, statistically speaking, there are significant similarities between non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews and Mizrahi Jews and so on, with Ashkenazi Jews. So in other words, it still seems to be one big family, despite the superficial differences in skin tone and hair texture and so on. But Jews seem to be more or less one family. And there are significant distinctions between, especially in Eastern Europe, between Jews and the peoples among whom they live. So in other words, this all basically fits with the common sense idea of the Jews moving from Western Europe into Eastern Europe. The kind of elements that Dr. Bihar was able to map out include something called genetic drift, which helps to account for some of the superficial presentation of Ashkenazi people. As a layperson, my understanding of genetic drift is basically when you have, and by the way, I'll show you a Y chromosome study in a second that says a lot more about Jewish males than Jewish females. This happens when, as is very common and well documented, non-Jewish women adopt Judaism and marry into the Jewish people. This may be a much more pronounced conversion, women converting to Judaism than men converting to Judaism. This helps account for the physical distinctions between, let's say, Mediterranean Jewry and Eastern European Jewry. You also have a phenomenon which is consistent with the historical record of a genetic bottleneck, where you have a population of people that, for a variety of reasons, which could be social, economic, political, it could have to do with persecution, massacres, wars, things like that, but a larger group of people are suddenly shrunk over a period of time to be a much smaller population, like a bottleneck forms, and that means that there are much fewer people from whom the later ancestors derived their origins. This helps explain the fairly large number of genetic disorders that unfortunately afflict Ashkenazi Jews, like breast cancer and Tay-Sachs, which may owe a lot to the fact that there was this bottleneck, perhaps around the turn of the millennium, that meant that the population of Jews living in Northern Europe that would later move to the East represent the basis of a much larger population. So the bottom line of all of this is that it's pretty much what we always were thinking, although Italy may be more important than most historians have thought. Have a look at this map here, which is also part of Dr. Bihar's research, and this is looking specifically at Levites on the Y chromosome. Now, Levites, like Kohanim, are members of the priestly family, and they are, and it's only the males. It's passed down father to son. Mothers do not pass down the Levite connection. So looking at the Y chromosomes of Ashkenazi Jews, he was able to determine that it appears that they do have origins consistent with Middle Eastern distant origin, and then a strong migration through the Italian peninsula to the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany. That would be numbers 1 through 2 in this particular map. And then number 3 is, as we expected, a large migration towards the east, where most Ashkenazi Levites find their origins going back through that original vector. And then, as you can see, the kind of the faded line there of the extension towards the west, along with the arrow labeled number 4, there is a reference back as those Ashkenazi Levites begin to move to the west and, in fact, begin to form families with Sephardic women and non-Ashkenazi Jews generally in the Iberian Peninsula. It is probably at the point number 2 on this map when those 4 mothers appeared, probably somewhere around the year 1000, and then are responsible for this huge expansion of Ashkenazi Jewry, and as a result, a tremendous popularity of Asian food now in America, and so on. Now, if you look at these, the green lines here, this is the traditional view of the migration of Jews historically, which there's a lot to say for this, and this does not contradict the historical model that we have well documented of Jews moving their way across the coast of North Africa, but that particular route would not necessarily explain the origins of most Ashkenazi Levites. In other words, while Jews may have been moving along that route number 5, they do not account for the large number of Levites in the Ashkenazi community, and so it's not demonstrated by the research that he has worked on. Nevertheless, we do have Jews moving along the course of North Africa, just not necessarily Levites that would end up producing lines among the Ashkenazi. It's so complicated to see this in so many ways, but you get the basic idea, right? Okay, so that's our short answer. Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the Khazars. They are descended from the Middle East and possibly through an Italian vector. And there are 4 women, ironically, the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah of Ashkenazi Jews account for almost half of all Ashkenazi Jews today. In the next video, let us actually go to Khazaria and try to figure out what did happen in the 8th century. What can we say about it intelligently? Okay, thank you very much for watching. Now that we have discussed the persistent question of the origin of Ashkenazi Jewry in the previous video, let's go straight to Khazaria and try to understand what exactly do we know about the story of the conversion of the Khazars in that region, possibly in the 8th century. The story of Khazaria is especially fascinating when you think about the way it has been received by Jewish history. This is what the German historians call the Rezeptionsgeschichte, or the history of the reception, how an idea is formed and developed and spread around. Perhaps the most important element of the Rezeptionsgeschichte, wow, that's hard to say, of the Chazar conversion is this book, the Kuzari, written by Rabbi Yehuda Levi, very, very important Spanish Jewish thinker in the 12th century. The story described in the Kuzari is essentially the story of the Chazar conversion as this great poet and philosopher developed into a massive book. The story goes like this. Basically, there is this King Bulan, who somewhere around the year 740 is a very spiritual individual and concerned with the practice of paganism among his people, and looking at the growth of monotheistic movements, particularly Christianity and Islam. And both Christianity and Islam are making geographic headway in Central Asia and approaching his borders. And he thinks to himself, oh, so what should I be doing? Should I be remaining a pagan? Should I join one of these other faiths, and so on? And so he has a debate where he brings together a Jew, a Muslim, and a Christian. I know it sounds like an offensive joke, but it's not. And he has them have a trilateral debate over which religion is superior. In the end, as you might expect, given the fact that this is Rabbi Yehuda Halevi writing it, King Bulan decides to accept Judaism, and all of his court and the Kuzari, the Khazarian people, ultimately follow him into Judaism. That's essentially the story. Now, I hope you noticed that there's 500 years difference between the setting of this story and the authorship of the Kuzari. That's half a millennium. That's a lot of time. And we have to understand that the Kuzari was chosen as a subject for Rabbi Yehuda Levi because of circumstances in the Iberian Peninsula in his day, specifically the trilateral relationship between Jews, Muslims, and Christians, which was very unique to Spain and Portugal. Rabbi Yehuda Levi essentially used the story of the conversion of the Khazars as a kind of a literary foil to have a larger philosophical discussion about the relative merits of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. And then, of course, by doing so, to demonstrate the superiority of Judaism. That's the essential idea of the Kuzari, and the actual historical elements of the conversion of the Khazars is not necessarily important for what Rabbi Yehuda Halevi wanted to achieve in his literary work. So let us set aside the Kuzari as a historical source. It's definitely not intended to serve as a historical source. It's intended to serve as a literary philosophical source. Let's try to go back and understand what we do know about the period. So let's move back a couple hundred years to the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut. Again, we're still about 300 years distant from the actual events described, but this is a fascinating and very important source, which was exceptionally important for Yehuda Levi's work as well. Chastai ibn Shaprut, who I hope we will discuss in a few lectures when we look at Spain in the 10th century, very important diplomat who communicated with Jewish communities throughout the Mediterranean basin. And he was fascinated with the story of the Khazar conversion, which was known to him. And so he sent out some emissaries to try and reach Khazaria and find out, what's going on there? Are you guys actually Jewish? Is this actually a Jewish kingdom? Now, for reasons which will take us beyond the scope of our discussion, his emissaries did not succeed in reaching Khazaria or speaking with any actual Khazarians, but they did receive correspondence from someone who purported to have brought letters from a King Joseph of Khazaria. These letters are absolutely fascinating. They relate the story of the conversion of King Bulan. They talk about the nature of Khazarians, their Judaism, and all kinds of fascinating things. But it's widely believed that these letters were forgeries. In other words, the people who provided the letters to the messengers of Chasdai ben Shaprut were essentially engaged in some kind of con. And they have no bearing on the actuality of Khazaria, and they don't have historical value for that purpose. So they're fascinating and they're really engaging, but are they real? Are they authentic? Are they actually letters from King Joseph? Probably not. We do know, however, as we get closer and closer to the original dates, that there were medieval Jewish travelers who either had direct contact with Khazaria or direct contact with Khazarians in different places and report, however briefly, on their Jewish status, sometimes with a degree of surprise, sometimes with a degree of skepticism, but nevertheless, there's like more and more little tiny bits of evidence piling up in a lot of places. As we shall see, many skeptics would say that the plural of anecdote is not data, but it's hard to toss away these little bits of information. For example, here's a fascinating document which was found in the Cairo Geniza. We will have opportunity to speak about what that Geniza is in a few lectures from now, but basically it's a medieval trove of documents which were literally thrown away, but were amazingly preserved till they were unearthed in the late 19th century. And in this trove of documents is a so-called Kievan letter, which is basically a letter that is familiar to anyone who lives in a Jewish community today. When tzedakah collectors, when charity collectors come by Jewish homes, they typically present a document which is called a petek, and it's essentially a statement of the bona fides of the bearer of the document, saying that this person represents a legitimate cause, he's fallen on hard times, he's supporting orphans and widows or a charitable cause, one or the other. And it's expected that when someone presents you with this petek, which may be issued by the local community in which the donor lives, or it may come from the originating community, like from Jerusalem or wherever, then you give them charity and they build up their cause. So this is exactly one of those documents. The only real difference between this document and the ones we use today is that the ones we use today are laminated typically. This was not laminated, but it comes from Kiev, which indicates that that was part of the range of Khazaria. In fact, the great Harvard historian Omelian Pritsak argued that Kiev may have been founded by Khazarian Jews, believe it or not. At any rate, the letter, which comes from Kiev, specifically describes how the person has fallen on hard times and the person is worthy, and you should specifically support his cause. And then, amazingly, at the bottom, you can see it's highlighted here in this particular image. There is a signature in what appear to be Turkic runes that say, "I have read it," or "We have read it." Fascinating. That indicates that there was evidently people who, because normally this would be the signature of someone who was important in the Jewish community, like a rabbi or the parnas of the community, which is essentially the president of the community. And he obviously is completely illiterate in Hebrew and needs to write in Turkic runes, which would be very unusual unless there was a distinct Khazaric community in Kiev at the time. We have multiple references from Arab historians to a Jewish presence in Khazaria as well. And perhaps one of my favorite examples is in one of the most important early historical documents that describe the origins of the Kiev and the Rus population, which later would grow into modern-day Ukraine. It's also shared with the Russian Empire and the Polish Empire and so on. It's the so-called Povest Vremenia Chiet, or Chronicle of Bygone Years, which is essentially a church record of the history of the region. There's a fascinating description of a key element in the Christianization of the region, specifically the conversion of King Volodymyr, or Vladimir, to Eastern Orthodox Christianity. And amazingly, it's exactly like the story in the Kuzari. There's a representative of Islam. There are two representatives of Christianity, both Western and Eastern Christianity. And there is a representative of the Jews And that representative is specifically a Khazarian Jew. And this is absolutely fascinating that not only do they replicate the story that is essentially told in the letters of Chastai ibn Shaprut with King Joseph, they actually report the same kind of scenario. Of course, it ends up that King Volodymyr decides to become Christian rather than Jewish. Could you imagine how history would have changed had he chosen to be Jewish? He very nearly did, by the way. But this is, one of those data points that's really hard to ignore, speaking to the idea of a Jewish community in Khazaria at the time. And then finally, we've got some really tempting archaeological finds, like this coin found in the United Kingdom as part of the so-called Spillings hoard. There's a whole number of them that come from Khazaria around this time, like 8th, 9th century. This one writes in Arabic, a sort of a paraphrase on the famous statement of Islamic faith. There is no God but Allah, and Moses is his prophet. Right? That's an unusual kind of statement there. And then there are some tempting examples of Jewish symbols on Khazar architecture, which is limited. There are not a lot of finds, but this menorah symbol from a Khazar archaeological dig is especially tempting. So all of these things come together to suggest that something really important happened in this region in the 8th century that involved Judaism. But what exactly happened? Let's have a look at that. If you ask Professor Shaul Stamfer, who we met in the last lecture when we were talking about DNA evidence, Dr. Stamfer is definitely one of the biggest skeptics of the whole story. He says it is, quote, a splendid story, right? You can finish the rest of that sentence. In other words, there's not much to it. So, but we still have all these little bits of data, the Kievan letter, the Spillings hoard coin, and things like that. What does all that mean? So trying to put it together, one of the biggest questions we have is, if they did convert to Judaism, and I tend to believe something happened there with regard to conversion, why did they convert? There does not seem to be a really good source to provide an answer for us, besides, of course, the letter of King Joseph to Chastai ibn Shaprut, widely regarded as a forgery, but in that letter, the primary motivation was essentially spiritual in nature, and that's very nice, but maybe I've been a historian too long. I tend to be skeptical of such things. It's also possible that maybe it had to do with the geopolitics of the era. The Khazars did fight two brutal wars with the Muslims. They did see the rapid expanse of Christianity, which would overtake Ukraine, or then Kiev and Rus, in short order. So, maybe they chose to adopt Judaism as some kind of potentially neutral position. Perhaps they hoped to say that, hey, Jews are tolerated in Muslim lands under the Pact of Umar, which we discussed earlier, and in Christian lands through the doctrine of witness. Maybe they thought they could carve out some independence there. But we also have to remember that there is remarkable silence regarding their association with the massive Jewish population in Mesopotamia, which is really not so far away. This was really the world center of Jewish intellect and rabbinics and writing and so on. Why is there silence from Mesopotamia on the Khazar conversion? Who converted them? If not the rabbis active in Babylonia and Mesopotamia, was it the Karaites, who we haven't had the opportunity to discuss yet? Why do we have no Karaite sources either? So a lot of questions about why they would convert. Secondly, how Jewish was this conversion, both in terms of quality and in terms of quantity? I mentioned already that we don't have a clear sense as to whether these converts were rabbinic in orientation or Karaite in orientation. The documents like the Kievan letter just indicate that that particular individual who had gone to Egypt with the purpose of raising funds had fallen on hard times, but it doesn't really say much about his personal religious orientation. We don't really have clear evidence as to what kind of Judaism they performed. We also, very importantly, don't know how many of them became Jewish. Is it possible that this was kind of like a royal conversion, like we see, for example, with Queen Helena of Adiabene, who converted to Judaism with her sons, but her husband remained non-Jewish? Is it possibly similar to the conversion in Chimyar in the Arabian Peninsula? We simply don't know how many of Khazarian Jews converted to Judaism. And it could be that this was simply a token conversion that took place in the upper strata, did not extend to the lower population as a whole, who remained essentially pagan. We don't know. And thirdly, perhaps, contributing to the ongoing mystery about the Khazars, what happened to them? Right? Where did they go? We know that the empire lost its political independence in the 10th century when Sviatoslav of Kiev and the Rus destroyed it for the last time. But they seem to pop up every now and then in the Chronicle of Bygone Years. That was a couple hundred years later. We still have reference to Khazars as Jews, but they don't seem to have that impact on the demographics of the region. We already discussed in the previous video the lack of DNA evidence of their continuing relationship with Ashkenazi Jews. Did they perhaps, make an impact on some of the smaller Jewish populations like in the Caucasus, like the mountain Jews perhaps? We simply don't know. Now, as I mentioned in the beginning of the last video, I get a lot of questions and a lot of attention about the Khazars. Sometimes I have to actually shut off the comments because they just get way out of hand. And you might wonder, if this is your first time encountering this question, why would people care? Right? What is the big deal? Some obscure 8th century event? So the implications are actually quite significant for 21st century politics. If you consider, for example, the work of Professor Shlomo Zand, who is an Israeli historian who has written quite a few controversial books. One of the most significant is this one here, the so-called The Invention of the Jewish People, in which he essentially argues that Ashkenazi Jews, as we discussed in the last video, Ashkenazi Jews are not really Jewish. That this entire sub-ethnic group of the Jewish people, which had such a profound impact on modern politics in particular, since the 19th century in particular, they're not actually descended from the biblical Jews of ancient Israel. Now, this has a lot of appeal to people who wish to see modern Jews taken down a peg. Maybe for religious reasons, that they want to feel that modern Ashkenazi Jews don't have a real share in the ancient patrimony that they claim. Again, not that it really makes a difference in terms of Jewish law, and although I'm not a theologian, I'm not even sure what kind of difference it would make theologically. The argument of some people, frankly, anti-Semites, that modern Jews are not real Jews is a way of delegitimizing their ethnic identity and of saying that we don't have to afford them the respect that their ancient patrimony might otherwise be appropriate for them. We don't have to regard them as being, millennial followers of an ancient tradition, and perhaps therefore, we don't have to even apply the doctrine of witness to them. We could consider them usurpers, racial interlopers who have somehow taken away the true patrimony. You'd see this sometimes among black supremacists who argue that the real Jews are actually black, and those white Jews who claim to be Jews, they can't be Jews because we are. Right? That's, as we've discussed when we looked at the Jews of Africa, there are Jews who are black as well, and it's just not a factor in the theological or the halachic application of who is a Jew, halachic being in terms of Jewish law. So a lot of anti-Semites really like the Khazarian hypothesis. And for people like Professor Zahn, they also see kind of like a liberal approach to this as well. The right wing may see it in terms of traditional anti-Semitic views. The left wing, as we see Professor Zahn, he wishes to disassociate himself specifically with the Jewish claim to the land of Israel. If Ashkenazi Jews, the argument goes, are not really Jewish, and Israel is to be a homeland for Jews, that therefore, in the way the argument goes, invalidates the Ashkenazi claim to the land of Israel as their homeland. And that's a pretty strong thing to state politically, and that's why, ironically, you sometimes find the Khazarian hypothesis being advanced by those who have issue with Jews both on the right and on the left. That's why this issue seems to have so much traction, even in the 21st century. But in terms of the overall scope of Jewish history, it's just a tiny little footnote, a fascinating one, a splendid story, to use Dr. Stamfer's message. But we're going to move on from this now. We're going to look at a much more significant topic. We're going to look at the growth of Middle Eastern Jewry, and particularly we're going to look at the Gaonic period. Thank you very much for watching. Let us now return to the Middle East, to the heartland of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, for the immediate post-Talmudic period, which is associated with the leaders of the academies known as the Gaonim. The term Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, depending on the way in which it's used, like to say a person is a Baal Gaiva would mean to say they're a very arrogant person. But in this context, it means like the pride and joy of the community. Here's a great map from the Barnavi Atlas that shows the influence of the Gaonim of Baghdad. You can see on the right there's a kind of blue circle which has Baghdad right at the center. That's where the centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the period after the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, Surah, Pomedita, and so on, and Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic empire, and also of the Gaonic empire, if you will, which mirrors much of it. What I really like about this particular map is it has the sort of like arrows that are reaching out in three directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to a certain degree their political influence as well. But they also have that brown circle with Jerusalem at the rough center there. That represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmudic learning. There were, of course, two Talmuds written, one in Babylon, known as obviously the Babylonian Talmud. The other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias. That's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud. And the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely were linked with each other, had a lot of communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines in authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, but we should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa into Spain and further east all the way out to Pakistan and Bangladesh. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Gaonim had such an assist in reaching these far-from Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diasporic communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth. You no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting it all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like that. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between these communities in the diaspora, as far away as Spain, let's say, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called in Hebrew she'elot. And the Geonim, the leaders of the academies in Baghdad, are able to send back responses, which are called in Hebrew teshuvot. So in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called She'elot u'tshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses. And sometimes in English, this is known as the responsa literature. Singular would be responsum. And so there's a symbiosis in the sense of these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests, they send funds to support the academy's activity. And at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities, Baghdad can also confer official confirmation of the municipal leadership of these Jewish communities by indicating a specific addressee as a figure of importance in a community that ipso facto renders that person much more significant in terms of the municipal leadership of the community. We'll speak a little later about how the communities were structured. But so there was this symbiosis between the diaspora and Baghdad, the periphery and the center, that only began to really fray as Spain in particular got much more significant towards the end of the period we're discussing. Also note, of course, that there is a rivalry between the Jerusalem center and the Baghdad center. Ultimately, Baghdad would eclipse Jerusalem. Let's also think for a second, too, about the impact of language, because by incorporating this entire territory under Islamic rule, Arabic as a language really begins to act as a much more effective lingua franca for the entire region. And this has significant impact, not only for the political and economic reasons that I described earlier, but also in terms of the way Jews thought about their own language. The Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal, aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cognate feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course, Hebrew and Arabic are very closely related languages, so there was a lot of cultural give and take there in terms of the absorption of Arabic as an important language. Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judeo-Arabic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urbanization. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most peoples of the Middle East, an agrarian people. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture. And although there were always elites who were active in culture and in commerce and so on in the small cities of the time, it was during the period of the Islamic invasion and conquest that Jews really began to shift towards a more urban posture. The shift towards trades, crafts, skills, things like that was very prominent from the 7th to the 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims taxed the Jewish population in particular and the general tax. Jews were, of course, required to pay a poll tax that was on the individual, a head tax called jizya. We spoke about that a few lectures ago. And by the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated that you had paid your poll tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could go to someplace where people didn't know you, and you could produce your receipt if necessary. You would have less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another tax called a haraj, which was a collective land tax that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the burden that was once carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where the villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews, who saw the cities as a much more amenable form of earning their living and a lighter tax burden. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. Jews have to, very gregarious people, they need to walk to synagogue, they need to be walking distance of a ritual bath, an Asian restaurant, all kinds of things like this. So it kind of fit with their cultural evolution. This is Professor Marina Rothschild, very important scholar of the Guinness, which we'll speak about, God willing, in another lecture or so. And she presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the confluence of the Gaonic expansion of influence and the discovery of a new method of communication that is specifically through paper. Now, historically, when new technologies have been developed, Jews tend to be early adopters, especially when it's associated with information technology. The Arabs call the Jews the Am al-Kitab, the people of the book, but really we are the people of information. And so any way that we can communicate more effectively is something that appeals to us. Let's have a very quick look at the history of information technology up to this point, and it'll be clearer what actually happened that made a huge difference. So here's perhaps the oldest form of recorded information technology we have. It's a cuneiform tablet. It is basically a clay tablet that has these little wedge-shaped marks embedded into it and then baked. Great for durability. I mean, this is a piece of clay. It lasts a long, long time. It's really hard actually to destroy it. You can break it, but then you can kind of piece it together. Really handy for archaeologists, but heavy to carry around, awkward to store, difficult to read, all kinds of things that make this not such a great choice. The next evolution in information technology at this time was parchment, which of course is very widely adopted by Jews. Torah scrolls are written on parchment, and this is essentially treated animal skins. Much more convenient to record and store and carry than cuneiform. And parchment has another kind of interesting feature that we don't recall that often with our contemporary methods of communication. It can be reused in a kind of a blunt way. Specifically, once you write on parchment, then if you want to use that text again, you can take some kind of like flat, hard object, like let's say a type of ruler, a stick, and you can rub it really hard, and that doesn't erase the letters, but it sort of fades them significantly. It breaks down the ink that's held by the animal skin such that it becomes less prominent. And then you can just go and write on top of it. This is called a palimpsest, and you can see here in this fragment from the Geniza, there is in the back, the original text is a Greek text, and then written on top of it is a Hebrew text. Now, it's not very beautiful by contemporary standards, but it is rather useful that way. If you're familiar with the classic Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, where Elisha ben Abuya says, someone who learns in old age or learns as an adult, to what may this be compared? To writing on rubbed parchment, meaning if you learn as an adult, like in your 40s or 50s or something like that, then you have to erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really goes away. What you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain in a very systemic manner. And you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but nevertheless you can do it. On the other hand, Elisha ben Abuya says, now if you learn things when you are a child, then that is much better. It's like writing on fresh parchment, nice and fresh and high contrast and so on. Anyways, this is parchment. Jews adopted parchment in a big way. The other big development, again, in the ancient world was papyrus, which is a plant product. And the most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt, where they use lots of reeds along the Nile River. And as you can see from this Egyptian document, holds color well, can be very beautiful. And in fact, it can be made into a book form, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into like square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex or a book. This was actually very much used by writers in the 1st century, and so it was adopted by the burgeoning Christian movement as a major form of information technology. Note, of course, the early Christian movement is, of course, also Jewish, and so Jews adopted this technology. However, when the split between Christians and Jews grew wider in the 2nd and 3rd century and onward, many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian movement. It also has some technological weaknesses. Papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it tends to be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention, which is to where we are in our Babylonian period, is of course paper. Paper had been around for several hundred years. The Chinese had developed it significantly, but it was only in the period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians began to see the great value of paper and to use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus. And of course, paper lasted for an extremely long time. And so in the period of the Gaonim, the rapid expansion of use of paper as a mode of communication among Jews across the entire diaspora in the Islamic world represented an opportunity for the Gaonim to really accelerate their influence. A lot more correspondence is happening back and forth, both religious and spiritual, and also, of course, economic and personal. A lot more writings are being produced and are being copied out because, think about it. In order to produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create enough parchment, but with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them off to various places. So this is a period of a great expansion and consolidation of a more unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah that the Gaonim really are able to capitalize on with the communication methods made possible by paper. Now, at this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life, not as a historian, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was preparing this lecture, I had one of those flashes of momentary inspiration where I sensed in my own biography the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a big wave of a historical moment. Let me share this with you. So have a look at this picture here. This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of one of my sons sitting on a rock outcropping just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to hike out to and sit and think about, life, the universe, and everything. And as you can see, I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper mill that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, and there was no one here at this point. This is actually quite a remote part of northern Canada, but they took advantage of the old-growth forest and the river network to create a paper mill that would serve the burgeoning interest of newsprint readers. A town gathered around this paper mill, which included my grandfather, Alav Shalom, named Alex Abramson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid fighting the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for farming. And so after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become, in Yiddish, a shmata dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, you can see on the right, Alex Abramson and Son. It's not the big roofed building, it's a smaller one right in the back there, which was the ancestral home of him and his children, and my father, who is the son in the Alex Abramson Son. And of course, then my mother and I, we lived in a little apartment on top of the store there. And so just for a second here, I thought about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the Talmud, and paper just got more and more popular over the next 1,000 years until my own lifetime, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because few people read actual newspapers anymore. And so the demand for paper has dropped so much. And my father, Oliver Shalom, understood in a very prescient way that the future in Iroquois Falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town. And so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Talmud that was popularized by the Geonim on pages of paper. But now I work primarily in a material which is entirely digital, like this, as we're engaged in today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from paper. There's no way you could actually capture this on paper. So we have really come to a brand new cycle in information technology transfer. I'm very excited to be at this cusp of a great new moment for the popularization of Talmud and Jewish history in general. Okay, sorry for that little sort of tangent. Let's go back to our material. The Geonim, of course, are the leaders of the academies now based in Baghdad. And we actually know a fair bit about them because of a really interesting letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies, Harav Sharira Gaon. Gaon is not a surname, it's a title. And he is asked by a community in North Africa, hey, can you explain to us, of course, they've written much more formal language, how exactly did the Talmud come to be? And, what do we make of these kinds of conflicts, and how are we supposed to use it, and so on. And he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript. And he goes beyond the period of the closing of the Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the institution of the Gaonate and a sister institution called the Exilarchate. Now, we have had opportunity in previous lectures to speak a little bit about the earlier period. At this point, we should really talk about the growing conflict between the Geonim as the intellectual and spiritual leaders, not only of Baghdadi Jewry, but really of world Jewry at this time, and the exilarchs, who are recognized by the Muslim authorities, as they were prior to this by the Persian authorities under the Sassanid Empire and so on, as the de jure and de facto leaders of the Jewish minority. The term exilarch in Aramaic is Reish Galuta, and there's actually a prayer that's recited for the position even today in most synagogues. There's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that is still recited today on Saturday mornings for the health and welfare of the exilarch. The term, of course, exilarch means leader of the exile. But that's not to say that the Geonim and the exilarchs always saw eye to eye with one another. The Geonim, of course, the person who would reach the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be, a superior administrator and so on. Whereas the exilarch was a descendant of the house of David. That was a very important thing. And there was a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were exilarchs who were much more pious and much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that this created was regarding an exilarch named Bustanai. He was alive at the time of the Muslim conquest, and when the Persian king was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, that is the Persian king's daughters, the princesses, he took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exilarch Bustanai. Now, Bustanai married her, and he had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become exilarchs as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment because it doesn't sound like such an kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage where the new Muslim ruler says, here, this is your wife. And so the rabbis and the Geonim had difficulty dealing with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a halakhic way to accept it. Specifically, they argued that although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the exilarch would not actually have his wife converted, and so she must have converted to Judaism, and so that kind of like assuaged concerns, but there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Rav Shrira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out that he says that even though I am also descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustanai exilarch part of the family. Like there's kind of like an arm's length relationship to it. And so you frequently see conflict between the Geonim and the exilarchs over a whole host of activities. In this context, we have to mention one of the most important of the Geonim ever, this very unusual and creative figure named Harav Saadia Gaon, who lived in the late 9th and early 10th century. He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very effectively on Hebrew linguistics. He wrote a commentary on the Torah. He engaged in very heavy polemic with the Karaites, who we'll discuss in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. One of the most significant elements was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem who disagreed on something as important as the calendar. Specifically, when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year? And Rav Saadia Gaon strongly argued for a different date than that in Jerusalem. Ultimately, he actually won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian. He was from Egypt. And in fact, one of the big surprises was when the exilarch actually appointed him to lead the Academy of Surah. And, they later on, the exilarch had a conflict with Harav Saadia Gaon. Even though he had originally hired him for the position, they had a major conflict. They were eventually able to patch it up. But this is the kind of environment in which there is a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently come into conflict with one another. But it is the Geonate that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual leadership. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Rav Saadia Gaon, and that is his conflict with the Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population that I hope to return to later on in this series, but it is in this period when they really begin to see significant growth. Unlike the mainstream Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes the Talmud as a major source of how to negotiate the text of the Torah, the Karaites reject that interpretive tradition and argue that the original biblical text has to be observed much more stringently. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities in the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on a face value. This is inevitable. There are so many passages in the Torah which admit of ambiguity. Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradictory to one another, and the only way to negotiate these kinds of difficulties is to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Anan ben David had proposed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. There's a lot more interesting story about why exactly this happened. We have really only polemical accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exilarch, but was passed over. And some have argued that this was part of the reason for his creation of an alternative interpretive tradition. But at any rate, he didn't form what were called at the time Karaites, but later Karaites absorbed his legacy as their primary impetus for their religious thought. The Karaite movement, however, expanded significantly throughout these centuries, despite the long-term conflict with the Rabbinites. And here you can see in this map the many centers that they established themselves in, and of course they exist to this very day. Now, when you look at Karaite history, for hundreds of years, historians have been forced to kind of evaluate this movement from within the context of the highly polemical religious literature that exists on the topic. That is, Rabbinites like Harav Saadia Gaon criticizing the Karaites, and Karaites criticizing Saadia Gaon and others. So it's very difficult to get a sense of how Karaism was actually lived in real life. The Geniza, however, offers us a brand new picture of what it must have been like. The Geniza is basically this massive trove of documents which would have been thrown away except for an unusual habit that the Jews near Cairo had of preserving everything written with Hebrew characters. So not just religious books or prayer books or Torah scrolls, things like that, but also bills of sale, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, children's doodles, all kinds of amazing things are recorded in this massive trove, which only became available to scholars in the late 19th century, and in fact is still being deciphered even to this very day. At any rate, when you look at the Geniza documents, which give us a really good picture of hundreds of years of Jewish civilization as it was lived in the Mediterranean basin, we see that, surprisingly, Rabbinic Jews and Karaite Jews get along pretty well for the most part. We're not talking about the religious elite that have strong antipathy toward one another. But in most communities, you see that Rabbinite Jews and Karaite Jews live side by side without too much difficulty. You have the examples of Jews who belong to both communities, Jews who marry between the communities, certainly affect contracts with one another, do business with one another, celebrate their celebrations with another. And by and large, the Geniza portrait of Jewish communities indicate that Rabbinite and Karaite Jews got along a lot better than we would think they would if we were only looking at the polemical literature that the religious heads have left for us. So we'll probably have to come back to this again as we go a little further in this history. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this very quick overview of some of the religious, social, economic, and even technological aspects of the 7th through 11th century in Baghdad. Thank you very much for watching. So we just finished talking about the Gaonic period, and one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by the Gaonim of Baghdad were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few moments to look at the origins of that community and understand how they were shaped by the Muslim conquest, and we'll conclude this lecture with one of the high points of the history of the scholarship that emanated from North Africa. So when we speak about North Africa, there's actually a term that's used in scholarly literature, the Maghreb, which means literally the West, and it's an Arabic term. The Hebrew would be Ma'arav, that encompasses these countries here in modern day terms. Basically, Libya, Algeria, Morocco in particular are the most significant for Jewish purposes. And as you can see, the population density is highest on the coast itself. As you move further south, you get to the Sahara Desert, much more forbidding, much less population growth there. But there are Jews who are living, for example, on the southern side of the Atlas mountain range in Morocco and so on. Let's have a look here at a satellite photograph so we can talk a little bit about the origins of these long-standing communities. Now, much of this is shrouded in legend. There is definitely, however, a significant Semitic influence in North Africa from the first millennium before the Common Era, like let's say 900 BCE. But it's not necessarily Jewish, it is Phoenician. You have, the Phoenicians are a maritime civilization that, of course, were involved in Israel as well, and they have settled many places along the coast. Their language is closely related to Hebrew, and so that was kind of like a cultural and linguistic entree to North Africa that was especially significant as we have more migration there. Now, one of their most famous cities is Carthage, which would be in Tunisia today. The legends of the earliest Semitic settlement suggest that some of the earliest populations to settle there after the Phoenicians were some of the early Canaanite peoples. Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children who did not form, let's say, the Mosaic Israelite Jewish branch, that is Abraham's children by Keturah, his second wife. The Torah describes his children by Keturah as having been sent east with gifts. Obviously, they returned, bringing with them Asian food. But it's also possible, according to Josephus, to think of them traveling west. So they would have been descendants of Abraham. Augustine, in the 4th century, we spoke about him, he's one of the church fathers a while ago. He refers to the local term that people use for themselves in his region of Canaani, saying that this actually comes from Kanaani, which means Canaanite, that some of the earliest peoples were those that may have been expelled in the conquest under Joshua. There's a legendary thought that the peoples of North Africa may have descended from the Girgashi people that are mentioned in the Torah as one of the 7 Canaanite nations that are expelled in the context of the Jewish conquest of the land of Israel. In terms of Jewish settlement per se, Joshua himself, his tomb is apparently venerated in Tlemcen, which is in Algeria. It's unlikely that Joshua actually moved to the west, but nevertheless, this is kind of like part of the lore of the region. But the fact that there were Hebrew speakers in the region, not Aramaic speakers, suggests that it is not at all impossible to imagine migration there from the 6th century BCE and onward. That is, after the destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar and the expulsion of Jews to Babylonia, it is in that Persian period that you begin to develop Aramaic as the lingua franca of Jews. Having Hebrew as the spoken language would suggest that, yeah, in fact, these peoples would have come quite a bit earlier. But at any rate, whatever you make of these various legendary possibilities, there's no question that we have strong populations there in the 1st and 2nd centuries, lots of documentation of boatloads of captive Jews after the First Roman-Jewish War being sent throughout the Mediterranean. You have the migration after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We know of Jews, for example, in Kyrenaica, that actually had a revolt against the Romans in the year 117, the Kitos rebellion, which we spoke about a while ago. So there's no question there's lots of Jews living here around the turn of the millennium. There's some interesting archaeological discoveries, such as a mosaic that was originally thought to be of a church that was discovered in Tunisia. But looking at it a little bit more closely, you can see it says right there in the middle of the text, Sancta Synagoga. It says Holy Synagogue. And in the little medallions on either side of the text, there is the very classic Jewish representation of the menorah, which makes this a prime candidate, of course, for first century Jewish settlement in the region. The Muslim conquest in the 7th century is especially interesting because we have a lot more historical treatment of the discovery of Jewish tribes living in North Africa. The Muslim historian Ibn Khaldun says they came across these Berber tribes. Now, the term Berber is acceptable in English, although it is originally a derogatory term that was applied by the Greeks to the indigenous peoples of North Africa. Lacking, respect for their local terminology, they referred to their language as being kind of like a gibberish. They would say bar, 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 and hence we get the term in English barbarian. But ultimately, the term was transvalued and it was used to refer to these peoples without necessarily having a negative connotation. Now, among these multiple tribes, several of them were actually practicing Judaism. And the Muslims were surprised to see, wow, significant Jewish populations among these peoples. The earlier Semitic context, the earlier migrations of Jews, no doubt had an impact on the local populations. The conversion to Judaism was especially pronounced among the nomadic forms of the Berber civilization, the so-called Boter branch, that were less sedentary and actually quite warlike, which is fascinating to see. In particular, you see there's a lot of legends regarding Queen Kahina of a tribe called Jirawa that is associated with Judaism. In fact, the term Jirawa may be related to the Hebrew term ger. Ger means convert. And although there are lots of questions surrounding Queen Kahina and trying to understand whether or not she was actually Jewish, if the Jirawa were actually Jewish at this time, but she is nevertheless a major part of 7th century history for her ferocious defense of her tribe from the Muslim invaders. She actually fell in battle herself, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local populations. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic warrior clans is a bit of a distortion of what else is going on in North Africa as well. There's actually a lot of scholarship developing, especially on the coast, as you have more and more scholars coming together in the welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbeinu Hananel ben Hushiel, who was an 11th century commentator who actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. If you study Talmud today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbeinu Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which is prime real estate for commentaries. He actually wrote his commentary before Rashi, which gives you an indication of the antiquity of his work. Now, he may have been originally from Rome, and that just indicates how important the community of Qairouan, which is not the same as Cairo. Qairouan is located in Tunisia today, but that the community was strong enough to attract a scholar of his standing. Even more famous than Rabbeinu Hananel, it's impossible to talk about medieval North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov Al-Fassi. Al-Fassi means the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco, and he wrote a brilliant and very widely used Talmudic commentary that is still, incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Al-Fassi's commentary is interesting in that, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halachic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and a back and forth of debate looking at the ambiguities of the text and arguing different positions and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, coming to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems really quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics or biographies or recipes or observations from the natural universe, all kinds of things which are kind of a miscellany that are attached with very, very thin connections to the previous material. I think it makes the Talmud absolutely fascinating to read. But the Alfasi said, wait a second, it's really important that we get to the bottom line, how we should behave here. So he went through the entire Talmud and he removed all of that other stuff called Agadata, which I find that much more appealing in many ways, but that's just me. He removed all that stuff and he recorded the debate in the Talmud back and forth, inserting his commentary as necessary in the narrative, sometimes with clearer conclusions. And he made a much more strapped down, pragmatic, this is how the Talmud derives the final legislation that eventually became a major building block in the entire firmament of Jewish law. Hugely influential text that is usually printed at the back of every Talmudic tractate in traditional printings today. I should mention, before we leave this, that another author, about 500 years later, named Ibn Habib, said, you know what? All that other stuff is so good. So whereas the Alfasi removed all of the Agadata and kept only the Halacha, Ibn Habib said, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to keep all of the Agadata in a separate book, which is published under the title Ein Yaakov. He and then later his son completed the work. And that was a widely studied text for many hundreds of years. It has somewhat faded in recent centuries, but hopefully it will get some renewed attention because it is an absolutely fascinating work. Okay, so that's a very quick look at the Jews of North Africa. I hope you enjoyed this brief video. One of the most fascinating periods, I think, in Jewish history is a brief period of about 2 centuries that existed in medieval Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the phenomenal personalities that animated the cultural, especially the literary, poetic life of the Iberian Peninsula between about the 10th and the 12th century. There's a lot of question, however, as to exactly how golden this era was. A series of books over the last decade or so have gone back and forth on this. And so I thought I'd just very quickly give you a sense of when was this golden era? Why do people call it a golden era? And what are some of the criticisms to say it was not so golden after all? Okay, I happen to have given quite a few lectures on this topic and of people in this topic. In the following lecture, I'd like to just take a very brief moment to speak about 3 of my favorites, actually 3.5 of my favorites, but I'll put in the links below some directions to longer videos in which I explore the lives of these people in a fuller length. At any rate, let's talk a little bit about the golden age of Spanish Jewry. When we last discussed the Iberian Peninsula, it was under the control of the Visigoths, who, when they converted to Catholicism in the year 589, initiated a bizarre reign that was characterized by a tremendous amount of anti-Semitic legislation. As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding exactly the nature of how these decrees were implemented, because we really only have the legislative side to look at to try and examine the history, but it was a period of remarkable anti-Semitic legislation with punishments like amputations and the imposition of a police state to track the movements of Jews, all kinds of really strange things that you wouldn't see for centuries later anywhere in Europe. At any rate, it was a very, very nasty period. We have to assume between the years 589 and 711, which is when the Muslims entered the peninsula and conquered it in very short order, along with their rapid expanse across the southern part of the Mediterranean and into southern Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the flourishing of a, sort of a Jewish-Muslim synthesis or out of this kind of cultural coexistence that will be so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. But by the time we get to the 10th century, things change dramatically. one of the concepts that comes up again and again in the origin stories of this golden age is the notion of the loyal and wise Jewish advisor, meaning you have like Muslim rulers coming into the era, military rulers. They've got to manage a restive Christian population who resents their presence, and the Jews serve as an excellent intermediary between the interlopers into the culture and the indigenous population. They're literate, they're numerate, they're urban. There's all kinds of advantages to using the Jews, who themselves have no special connection to the local population, and especially not to the previous regime of Visigoths. So the Jews fit that role very nicely. And over again, you see this phenomenon of like a Muslim military ruler coming in and needing some local support and infrastructure, and Jews are there to fill that gap. It's not clear at all that, as some 19th century historians have argued, that Jews somehow betrayed the Iberian Peninsula to the Muslims, but it is not at all outside of the realm of possibility that when Muslims came in, and as their military advance required them to go further and further north, and they had to leave behind a thinner and thinner layer of administration, the Jews were able to staff those positions to control the population, tax them, and so on. So that's probably where we have the functional origins of this interconnection. Jumping ahead a little bit, of course, this is reversed over the next several hundred years in something called the Reconquest or Reconquista, and that refers to the Christian movement from the north down to the south, slowly pushing the Muslims back out of the peninsula. As you can see in this map here, which covers the period from 914 till 1492, which is, of course, the expulsion of the Jews, and shortly before that, the complete conquest of the peninsula with the fall of Granada in the south. But as you can see with the color coding here, gradually over the course of half a millennium, the Christians begin to slowly work their way down, with significant consequences for the Jewish population, as we shall discuss a little later on in the semester. So speaking specifically about the Golden Age, what we're talking about is basically the era from Chastai ibn Shaprut to Yehuda Halevi. Those are kind of the major figures who bookend this period, and that dates from the 10th to the 12th century. The area in which this golden age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which is known as Al-Andalus, the Muslim region, and it works within a Muslim cultural ecosystem, in particular the attitude to poetry, and that we shall see as being so significant. I'd like to suggest, I don't think I've ever seen this term used before, but maybe I can coin it unless I'm stealing it unconsciously from someone else. There was kind of a silver age that followed it. Not nearly as amazing as the Golden Age, but there were a few really important figures like Nachmanides or the Rashba, some phenomenal figures who were in Spain shortly after the Golden Age was coming to a close, and they existed within the Christian cultural ecosystem with quite a different experience in many ways, as God willing we shall discuss as we go further along in this semester. So basically that's what we're talking about, these 200 years between the conquest of the peninsula in 711. It really comes to its golden period in the 10th century, up until the 12th century, when the Reconquista begins to slowly make its impact on this brief and fascinating period. Okay, now what makes it so golden? Perhaps one of the most significant things is something that is known in the scholarly research as la convivencia, or as I think the Spaniards would say, la convivencia, which always makes me laugh. But it means literally the living togetherness, right? The coexistence, which is a little bit stronger, I think, in Spanish. The idea that these are, very diametrically opposed cultures in so many ways. I mean, Christians and Muslims and Jews. They have a lot to argue about, and they did argue in many ways, and there was a lot of violence involved in the history between those three parties. But for some reason, during those 200 years, there was a tremendous amount of a living togetherness where they appreciated each other's cultures in ways that we don't see for much of the period. There's certainly several key examples of this convivencia, which is not, a perfectly round convivencia with, Jews and Christians and Muslims all sharing equally. It tends to be lopsided towards the Muslims in terms of political authority, for example, towards the Jews in terms of fiscal activity, let's say. But, and I would say the Christians are probably at the bottom end of this triangle or this circle, but nevertheless, it does represent a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it, though. Was it really as great as we will describe in the next video in particular? First of all, we should understand that one of the reasons why this happened at all is because Spain is so far away from the center of Muslim culture, which was in Baghdad, right? In fact, in many ways, the Spanish Caliphate, the leaders of the Muslim society in Al-Andalus declared themselves a separate and independent caliphate from the caliphate that was based in Baghdad. They were so far away. I mean, we're talking about distances that took days, weeks to travel. And so it was kind of like being in Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. There was a lot more flexibility because they were so far from central authorities, and they could act independently in many ways. That's why you see in many times a kind of relaxation of Muslim orthodoxies, such as, for example, the consumption of alcohol, which was a very big part of the kind of evening salons that would be held, where Muslims and Jews and Christians would get together and declaim poetry and drink a lot of wine. This was something that you wouldn't see happening in Baghdad. There would be some elements of this in the Ottoman Empire, but centuries and centuries later. So the supervisory control of Orthodox Islam did not have the same kind of impact on Spain as you would have in the center. There would be ups and downs to this. There would be invasions from North Africa, from much more doctrinaire Muslims who would insist on a return to some of those values. But for the golden era that we're talking about, there's a lot of center versus periphery issues, which are very significant. And by the way, the same thing holds true for the Jews, because their center of gravity intellectually was still in Mesopotamia, with the great academies of Sura and Pumbedita themselves moving to Baghdad. The Geonim were based there as well. And so they're very far away from the central authorities too. Let us not forget as well that although we speak about this convivencia, it wasn't completely equal. It wasn't like mi casa, su casa. It was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures who reached great heights, but always subordinate to the Muslim rulers. There was no question that somehow there could be an independent Jewish state or anything like that. And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, or what Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian lands elsewhere, this was really a period of great liberalism and flourishing of cultural activity. There were also moments of violence during this period. Let's not think that this was one of uniform peace and happiness. There was a rather remarkable pogrom in the southern region in 1066 after the death of a very important figure named Shmuel HaNagid that we'll discuss, God willing, in the next video. His son, who succeeded him, was unable to live up to the expectations of the larger population, and there was literally a popular attack on him and on the Jewish community that resulted in the loss of life. This was definitely not a convivencia kind of thing to do, but it just serves to illustrate that we can't view this period entirely through rose-colored glasses. And finally, one of the most striking examples, perhaps, is the flight of Maimonides. He is often considered, since he was a native of southern Spain, he's often considered one of the great exemplars of La Convivencia. But in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an adult and as an older individual. His period in Spain was fairly brief. His family fled when he was still a young man, primarily because of Muslim persecution from those North African invasions that occurred at the time. So this is just kind of like caveats to the overall idea of convivencia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embodied the ideas of convivencia. Finally, I'd like to give you just a little bit of a historiographic perspective on the reason why we get to this whole concept of the Golden Age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th through the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to late 19th century. This is a period when Jews were arguing quite strenuously for equal rights, for what was called emancipation, a major theme that we'll, God willing, speak about much more in next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this man, Heinrich Gretz, who wrote one of the first major encyclopedic histories of the Jews that has been translated, incidentally, into a beautiful 6-volume edition at the turn of the 20th century, and it was the bar mitzvah present par excellence for decades. At any rate, in that context, if you go to Europe in the 19th century, you see that Jews have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior in the late 18th century. They have made tremendous strides similarly in England and even in Austria. The tolerance patent was out, and all kinds of things were indicating that Jews were getting more and more rights. Germany was not yet unified, and so there was a patchwork approach to how Jews should be treated. And there was also that brief-lived revolution of 1848 that for a moment swept away disabilities and then slammed them back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to colleges and universities, equal access to professions and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Look at what happens when a society gives its Jews more freedom. Those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally. They're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts, all kinds of areas where, Jews are this untapped human resource that are going to waste because of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on them. So by sort of elevating the Spanish Golden Age and this noble Sephardic ideal, the 19th century historians really tried to create an image of this perfect society as a model for 19th century Germany to follow. The historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I've tried to outline here, there are some major caveats that take away from it. But at any rate, now that we have a sense of why it was considered such a golden age, in the next video, let's look at 3 figures, 3.5 really, that exemplify the ideals of the period, and maybe you'll see why it really was so fantastic. Thank you very much for watching. In the previous video, we talked a little bit about the structural features that made the Golden Age so golden, and we talked about some of the questions about exactly how golden was it. In this video, let's look at 3, actually 3.5, or if you want 4 figures who exemplify the Golden Age and give us some sense of really what was so fantastic about it. Let's start first with Chasdai ibn Shaprut, whose years are approximately 910 to 970. He is really an example of the wise and loyal servant that we saw a little bit in the previous video. There's a fascinating story that actually you see in a couple of these figures where he is drawn to political authority because of his literary ability. He was, like many other Jewish figures of this period, a doctor. There is, of course, a long historical association of Jews with medicine. A lot of reasons for that. It is a field that demands literacy. It's a field that is it's a portable profession. You can be a doctor anywhere. It's not tied to land, which sometimes has the disadvantages of restrictions on land ownership in some places, and then the fear of expulsions that would lead to losing all of this land, things like that. So Jews have been associated with medicine for many, many centuries, and the multilingual qualities of Jews in the Middle Ages, being conversant with Hebrew, frequently with Arabic, and with Latin, several other languages, means that they're able to access many different texts. And so being a doctor was something we see among many prominent Jews at this time. Although that's not where he was especially famous, it was one of the areas in which he excelled. He was even invited to treat the prince of a neighboring Christian country for weight loss. He apparently was quite overweight, and Chasdai ibn Shaprut was one of the earliest diet doctors who was able to shrink his waistline significantly, and that led to his increased fame. He was also known for having discovered the secret ingredient in a long-lost medical potion, a panacea really, that would cure all ills, called teriaka. And although it's been lost since then as well, there was this idea that if you could just make this one perfect medicine, it would cure everything, kind of like aspirin for everything. I always think it's kind of interesting that the term teriaka sounds a lot like teriyaki, and that connects us to Asian food, which, as you know, is something that I think a lot about. At any rate, he's drawn to political centers primarily because of his literary qualities. The story goes, and again, there are a few different versions of this, and it applies to several figures, but a servant girl from a local government authority, of course, is illiterate. She goes to Chasdai ibn Shaprut, who's running kind of an apothecary shop, and she asks him to write letters for her. She dictates to him the kind of ideas that she wants these letters to say, and he writes them in beautiful, poetic Arabic for her. Later, her boss finds out about these letters and says, wow, these are beautiful letters, such turn of phrase and such beautiful calligraphy. I want to meet this person. So he's brought in, and then he's promoted and promoted. And the end, what happens is he is essentially made the minister of trade, which makes him essentially the foreign minister of a southern chunk of the peninsula. And he ends up, for the purposes of international trade, communicating with kings far and wide. His multiple languages help him. His ability to compose a literate message helps him tremendously. And his authority just expands and expands in this context. He never loses sight, however, of his responsibilities to the Jewish people. And frequently, he uses his position specifically to defend embattled populations, writing strong letters to Constantinople, for example, writing, as we saw in a previous video, letters to inquire about the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria that he's quite interested in. So he's using his position and his skills really as a leader of world Jewry at the same time as he is representing Muslim leaders in southern Spain. Now, another thing that makes him especially well connected to the Golden Age is his establishment of a scholarly basis for the Spanish Jewish community. He redeems a shipwrecked rabbi named Moshe ben Chanoch, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch, I should say redeem, because quite often you have this situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped, and of course if they're shipwrecked and they have no papers and things like that, they can be taken by slavers, and then they're sold in the slave market. It was a very large phenomenon of Jews pooling their money and redeeming co-religionists from slavery. So Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch is redeemed by Chastai ibn Shaprut, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch is quite learned, he was an Italian rabbi, he says to him, you know what, why don't you stay here and establish a yeshiva here? This yeshiva was incredibly successful, and the establishment of this yeshiva set in motion a Spanish Jewish scholarly tradition that would eventually become the pinnacle of scholarship in Europe, particularly in areas of maintaining very fine texts, because Talmudic manuscripts, of course, they're being copied by hand, and quite often there are errors, and there are multiple versions circulating because of these errors that get repeated by scribe after scribe. But the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the concept of getting the text precisely correct. That required a lot more of their investment in Hebrew grammar and things like that. By the way, I'm sorry about the image here. Those of you who were born before, let's say, 1970 will recognize it and the connection to the shipwreck. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. At any rate, let's go on. Another example of the activity of the Spanish Golden Age that I find especially perfect in the lifetime of Chastai ibn Shaprut is the massive poetry battle that erupted between the traditionalist Menachem ben Saruk and the interloper Dunash ibn Labrat. So the story goes like this. Everyone's a big supporter of poetry here. There's a strong Arabic tradition that values poetry very highly. Spanish Jewry is heavily influenced by this as well, and there's a massive industry created for poetry. Poets are called in for hire to compose original poems for weddings, for funerals in particular. You have these gatherings, frequently of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who will sit around a table together and drink wine and will, recite poetry that they have composed, sometimes on the spot, sometimes in terms of competitions, whose poems are the best, really saturated with poetry in their society. So Menachem ben Saruk would compose poetry in Hebrew based on biblical norms, and very beautiful, powerful Hebrew. We know from one of his letters to Chastai ibn Shaprut that he was engaged in this kind of poetry for hire for his entire life. However, this newcomer arrives, having been influenced in Baghdad by some of this newfangled Arabic poetry, and he says, you know what? If we just recalculate the metric value of Hebrew vowels, and this is there's a huge discussion about what's going on here on a grammatical level, but basically Hebrew is written without vowels traditionally. The vowels are added later, and in fact it's typically printed without any vowels whatsoever. You have to literally memorize which vowels go with each word. That's just to make Hebrew easier to learn. But there are certain vowels, like the shva, for example, that can be pronounced two different ways, and that alters the way in which a line of poetry could be read. So Dunash ibn Labrat said, you know what, if we just apply some of the Arabic rules of grammar to Hebrew vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic and fit with poetry much better. So there was a huge uproar that literally led to riots in the streets of Granada. I mean, literally Jews fighting each other physically, fistfights, over whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Menachem ben Saruk, or whether we should go with this rock and roll version that this newcomer, this Elvis Presley type, has brought to our society by, contaminating Hebrew poetry with Arabic meter. In the end, of course, Dunash ibn Labrat wins, hands down. He colors the next 1,000 years of Hebrew poetry. Most of the poetry that Jews love today, songs like Dror Yikra, which is recited at the table on Shabbat and so on, these are, the Arabic inflected Dunash ibn Labrat versions that had such a huge impact. And even Chastai ibn Shaprut abandoned his support of Menachem ben Saruk in favor of this new poetry. But you get a sense here of how cultural the society was and how literature played such a huge role, and gives you also a sense of what we've lost in the last 1,000 years since then. Let us move on to another figure who will certainly share in the poetic legacy, but has a much more military trend. Shmuel HaNagid, whose years are 993 to 1055, so he just slightly overlaps with Chastai ibn Shaprut and moves on into the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was a military genius, and get this is phenomenal. He served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army for 16 years. Incredible. Where would you hear of such a thing, that you have Muslim soldiers following the orders of a Jewish general? And this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never forced out. He never retired. He was a phenomenal individual. And he was a ferocious general, with tremendously successful. We know this because he wrote a lot of war poems, of course. And the poems are so surprising in the sense that they express such a range of the human experience that you won't find in typical religious poetry at all. He has, poems that describe the heat of battle, that harken back in many ways to King David's poetry in the Bible. And in fact, he referred to himself, Shmuel HaNagid, referred to himself as the David of his age. But at the same time, he was also a tremendous Talmudic scholar, and he wrote a book on Talmud, which is still studied today. And I'd like to pause us for just a second and reflect on this. One of the amazing aspects of the Spanish Golden Age, and in this context, Maimonides is an excellent example. Even though he fled Spain as a youth, he's a great example of how this is. It is highly unusual in Jewish history that you will have Jews who are at the same time highly expert and valued and world leaders as Jews per se in things Jewish, like, for example, the Talmud. And at the same time, they are highly valued and expert in secular fields that are essentially, followed by non-Jews. So you will have, for example, lots of tremendous geniuses like the Vilna Gaon, Shneur Zalman of Liadi, some phenomenal rabbis who make tremendous contributions to Jewish culture. And then you will have secular figures like Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, who make phenomenal contributions to world culture. But you will rarely have figures who are very well expert and recognized for contributing to Jewish culture overall, and at the same time contributing to secular culture overall. You will not have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is also the Rosh Yeshiva in Lakewood. It just doesn't happen. We don't have those kinds of figures. Jews tend to specialize either in things Jewish, or when you get to the modern era, things secular. And they excel in both areas, thank God. There are lots of people who have made their names and have their light shines across the entire globe for what they've done. But it is only really in Spain where you see people like Shmuel HaNagid, who is equally famous as a general and as a Hebrew poet and rabbi. Maimonides, one of the greatest physicians of the world, and at the same time, one of the most stellar thinkers in Judaism simultaneously. This is something that is really characteristic of the Spanish Golden Age, and we will see it over and over again. It is so fascinating. But let us go back to Shmuel HaNagid, and by the way, the term HaNagid means kind of like the prince, the leader. It was probably applied to him by Rav Hai Gaon, who was one of the leaders of the Jewish community in Baghdad, the yeshivas in Baghdad. And this recognition of giving him his title, Nagid, was probably both an homage to his political position and to his tremendous scholarship. And we will have this term used, this title of Nagid, used over and over again in many Muslim areas for the leader of the Jewish community in that area. Now, I've mentioned that he wrote war poetry, and the fascinating little tidbit is that he says he used to write his poems out and attach them to the legs of carrier pigeons, who would fly them back to his son in Granada, and who would then, unwrap them and then assemble them in a diwan of his corpus of poetic writings. He wrote not only war poems, but also drinking poems, love poems. He wrote boast poems, which is a fascinating phenomenon where kind of like the poetry slam thing, you can imagine like rappers who are, arguing with each other and dissing each other, shading each other, to use these kinds of like contemporary terms. He wrote those kinds of poems as well. Really surprising range of political voices. Have a look at the work of Peter Cole, who's translated a lot of these. Absolutely fascinating. He wrote three main collections. One is called Ben David, if I remember correctly, alluding to himself as like King Solomon, the work of his youth, which is mainly the war poems and so on. Then there's Ben Mishlei, which is also a work attributed to King Solomon, the book of Proverbs, which is kind of the work of his middle age, kind of like wisdom poetry, and it reads a little bit like Mishlei. I'll show you one in a second. And then he wrote Ben Kohelet, which is kind of like reflections on mortality and things like that, the work of Solomon's old age. Tremendously successful and moving poet, just as he was as a general. Here's one of my favorite poems from Ben Mishlei, and I'm going to read it in Hebrew. You have to forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent, but that's the only way you can even get close to hearing the sound of the poetry, which is really gorgeous. And then I'll translate it so you get a sense of where he's coming from. This poem is dedicated to people who feign intellectual capability without actually investing the effort in learning. So it starts, Asher yagav kana lo sfarim, v'libom asher bam rek v'rekam. K'piseach asher chakak lekir, ma'at regel u'ba lakum v'lo kam. Translation, about a person who exerts effort and buys many books, but his heart remains completely empty of them. Is like a lame person who draws legs upon a wall, even 100 of them. When he tries to get up, he cannot. So the idea is, you think you'll get a reputation for being learned just by buying books and putting them on the wall. But all you get a reputation for is for buying books and putting them on the wall. You actually have to learn the books to be able to know what's going on. Listen to the last lines. You heard the phrase, Reik v'reikam, lakum v'lo kam. Very, very beautiful kind of sense of how language moves. And I really enjoy his poetry myself. All right. Sorry to torture you with that. Let's, one here. Now, I mentioned at the beginning that there's 3.5 figures I like to talk about, maybe 4, depending on how we talk about it. One of the most fascinating little footnotes that I wish we knew more. I wish we could say fully, this is a fourth person, but we only have 3 poems from this person, but she is quite unique because she is the only surviving female Jewish poet of the era, and one of the very, very few surviving female poets of any era in the medieval period. Her name is Kasmuna bint Ismail. Ismail was the Arabic name that Shmuel used to describe himself. So many have felt that this might be Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter. He does actually refer to the loss of a daughter at one point in his life. Unfortunately, we can't connect these dots completely, but nevertheless, it is fascinating to think that she may have been Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter and not outside of the realm of possibility at all. We have those 3 little poems preserved in Arabic in a 15th century collection, and let me show you a couple of them. First one here. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in the meadows, I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone and without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Now, the powerful metaphor here, blackness of the eye, is apparently a very common one you find in Arabic poetry, and it is a sign of beauty, meaning that she, like the deer, has dark, dark eyes, and this is considered a very attractive thing, but she is nevertheless, with a certain amount of tristesse, expressing her disappointment at the hand of fate that has left her alone. This is the theme that runs through much of her poetry. 3 poems is all we have, but here's another one. The introduction of that collection says that, by way of kind of like putting this in context, he says she, Kasmuna, looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, I see an orchard where time has come for harvesting, but I do not see a gardener reaching out a hand towards its fruits. Youth goes vanishing. I wait alone for somebody I do not wish to name. A beautiful expression of love lost or love unrequited. That's just an insight into what must have been happening with educated women at the same time as well. It is highly unfortunate that we don't have more examples of it, but nevertheless, thank God we have this. So, Chasdai ibn Shaprut, a tremendous builder, active as a diplomat, as a foreign minister, and of course as a doctor. Shmuel Hanagid, this amazing general warrior poet, and his daughter possibly, Kasmuna. The last figure I'd like to speak about is Yehuda Halevi, who is, we've discussed before when we looked at the Khazarian Empire. He is, of course, famous for his really bold work, the Kuzari, which frames the 3 great monotheistic religions that are competing to some degree in the Iberian Peninsula as a 3-way debate. This is something you could not imagine being written in Christian Europe. It would just been completely, beyond the realm of tolerance. Whereas in Muslim lands, in Spain in particular, as a result of La Convivencia, perhaps that's why he could get away with writing this. At any rate, he wrote it late in his life, and to be fair, he did leave Spain to make Aliyah to Israel. But at any rate, he did write this phenomenal work, which is indicative of the freedoms that Jews had at the time. Like Chasdai ibn Shaprut, he was also a medical doctor. It was something that he didn't really intend to do, but he was not able to put together a living as a poet for hire. And so probably at the insistence of his mother, he became a doctor, and he earned his living primarily through that. And he had many tragedies in his personal life that, if you're curious, please have a look at the links in the information box to see a longer video on his life and works. But I'd like to also close by just giving you a look at some of his amazing poetry as well. This is a eulogy that was likely recited at the grave of a young girl. We know that he lost a daughter, just like Shmuel Hanagid did, and it's written with such power that it's not hard to imagine that he wrote this for his own daughter. Unfortunately, the sources don't claim one way or the other, but let's have a look at the first stanza. The translation is from Hillel Halkin's remarkable work, phenomenal biography of Yehuda Halevi. Actually, this comes from an online version of just of some of his poems. Have a look on the web and you'll find these. These are great. So just the first stanza, listen to the sound, please. Ha biti hashochat mishkanech, ki lishod nasu nosei aronech, ve'en chalki mimech rak zichronech, ve'achonenes atrot zionech, et asur lishol shlomech ve'enech, ki amavet yafrit beinei u'beinech. Let's read the English. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss and your memory. Ah, death has come between you and me. This poem goes on. First, it's speaking in the voice of the father, Later, it would speak in the voice of the mother. And finally, it will speak in the voice of the dead child herself, describing how terrible she feels that she was not able to live her life through adulthood, the marriage canopy, and so on. Very powerful, moving. In the sounds of it, you hear how the uniformity of that final syllable feels like it's like a brick wall. It's so solidly constructed, and such a permanent barrier like death separating between you and me. Incredibly moving poetry. But he, like Shmuel HaNagid, wrote poetry right across the entire spectrum of human experience, love poems and very lighthearted poems as well, and truly one of the great poets of human civilization, not just the medieval Jewish civilization. Okay, I hope I conveyed at least some of my excitement about the period, and I encourage you to have a look at the longer videos if you want to see a little more. But for now, thank you very much for watching. Jewish life in the Dark Ages. We have to understand, what do we mean by this term, the Dark Ages? So it is a term that comes largely out of Western European historiography, which for a long time, like let's say 18th century onward, tended to view the flow of Western history as kind of like being a really high point with Greco-Roman civilization. And then with the collapse of Rome, and especially its sacking by the Vandals in the 5th century, it hits a real low where you have kind of Conan the Barbarian ages, and there's not much happening, and no one's reading and no one's writing, and people are very superstitious about all kinds of things. And it kind of sits there until it goes back up again with the Renaissance, which literally means the rebirth. There are definitely some kind of ladder-like steps up from the Dark Ages, the Gothic period, and so on. The High Middle Ages, which kind of goes from about 1000 to about the year 1300, when you start seeing the beginnings of the Renaissance and some really exciting things happening that leads ultimately to the early modern era, the modern era, and so on. But the key element of this is it's very Eurocentric. It's as if the most important thing that's going on in history is whatever's happening in Europe. But in reality, when you look at world history, most of the universe, most of the world was not dark at all. And I think you can say that about the Jews as well, who are at this point not especially wrapped up in most of Northwestern European history in particular. So let's look at what Jews were doing in the Dark Ages. We've seen this map before from the beautiful Barnavi historical atlas. And as you can see, there are two really big centers of Jewish activity during the Dark Ages. Again, we're going to kind of taking the traditional view of the Dark Ages, which goes from the fall of Rome, and like, let's say 405, 476 are major dates, so 5th century dates, all the way up to about 950, 1000. So you got about 500 years that are really dark for Northwestern Europe in particular, not much happening. It is the collapse of Roman civilization that leads to that, although Roman civilization is largely taken over by Byzantine civilization, the same kind of Christian culture, although many very significant differences. Not Catholic, for example, would become later called Orthodox. The more formal split wouldn't happen until the 11th century, but definitely heading in a different direction. But it's kind of like the second Rome based in Constantinople, which you can see at the top of this map. But I got off on a little bit of a tangent there. What are Jews doing during the Dark Ages? So we've got two really huge areas of Jewish activity, which are quite intense during the Dark Ages. You have that large brown circle, which is the region around Israel, where you've got lots of activity. You've got lots of halakhic activity, intellectual activity, being of the Jerusalem Talmud with the activity of the patriarchs. They're organizing themselves. They are, sort of negotiating their relationship with the Romans, which is not always so easy. And then later with the Byzantine overloads, but there's still quite a bit of historical data emerging from the Middle East during the Dark Ages. And then perhaps more significantly, and I wish the actual circle was bigger because it would give more of an impact, but Baghdad, oh my gosh, there's so much going on there with the transplanted yeshivot of Pumbedita and Sura, with the great intellectual centers of the Talmud that are just pumping away all kinds of stuff during this period, right up until the 7th century when you get the Muslim advance. And when the Muslims take it over, then they have an even greater explosion under the Geonim, which we spoke about a few lectures ago. In fact, that's where we use this map. And the Baghdadi culture, the Mesopotamian culture, kind of like radiates all the way out through the Mediterranean basin and has its impact felt all the way out to Cordoba in Spain, where you see there's major Jewish communities. And it is during this period that, you know, it's true, we have a lot of the Visigoths and so on, but we also get into the beginnings of the Spanish Golden Age. They have their roots during the period known as the Dark Ages. So these two areas represent the light that was coming out of the Jewish community in particular, and really has a very different kind of picture than what you think of with Northern Europe in the same period of time. But neither of these areas, of course, the Middle East and the Mesopotamian region, are in Europe. So what is happening in Europe in particular? So the most important areas, to be sure, are in Italy. There are just not that many Jews living in the rest of Europe. We have tiny, tiny little settlements in the Rhone River, for example, infinitesimally small ones in the Rhine River region, and like just little outposts, as it were. But in Rome in particular, and in the south, in Bari and Oria, you have some phenomenal centers of Jewish population where they are deeply involved in all kinds of Talmudic work and all kinds of historical work, poetic work. We have some beautiful remains of Jewish catacombs in Rome in particular that give us a sense of the extent of their civilization, and they're really doing a lot. In many ways, as we saw earlier with the tracing of Ashkenazic culture from Israel proper through the Italian peninsula and then into Northern Europe, this is the period where there is a lot of culture going on in this area here. I think some of my favorite expressions of Roman Jewish culture, extending towards the end of this period of the Dark Ages, is the remarkable work, the Aruch, which was written by Natan of Rome. And this is essentially the first dictionary of the Talmud ever. And it was a brilliant dictionary because, of course, don't forget, Jews are working in many different vernaculars. They're working in Latin, they're working in Greek, but the texts are in Aramaic and also in Hebrew. And, you know, you need secondary materials to be able to negotiate these texts. So Natan of Rome, who had a family name Anav, meaning the humble ones, he composed the first dictionary of the Talmud, and it's beautiful, it's brilliant, not only because it's not simply a word-for-word translation of the words that occur in the Talmud. It provides examples of how those words are used in the Talmud and ends up becoming an incredibly important finding aid, such that, you know, for millennia, well, a millennium since it was written towards the end of the first millennium, many Talmudic scholars use the dictionary not so much to understand the translation of a given Aramaic word, but to know where it's used elsewhere in the Talmud, because it is essentially kind of like a, a concordance as well as a Talmud. It's a great, really amazing work. So there's lots of scholars who are here in Rome and in southern Italy. Many of them would later be transplanted to northern Europe, to Ashkenaz, where they would essentially become the nucleus of the Jewish community there. And we'll speak about them, God willing, a lot more next week. But that's really hardly dark at all for Jews. Jews are doing amazing things in this region in terms of poetry and scholarship and so on. And, you know, the whole concept of the Dark Ages doesn't make that much sense when you're thinking about Jewish history. Also, We have, not a tremendous amount of historical data about what Jews were up to in the Dark Ages, especially when you move outside of Muslim-controlled lands into European lands. But one really interesting glimpse is a reference that occurs in Muslim historiography to the so-called Radhanite merchants. Now, it's clear from the context of the discussion of the Radhanites that they are Jewish, and they are clearly roaming the world and involved in multiple areas of trade. The term Radhanite is up to a lot of scholarly discussion. There's a huge debate as to why they are called the Radhanites by the medieval Muslim historian who described their activity. My favorite understanding of this term is that it comes from the Rhone River, which is in central France. You can see here it basically bisects France here, ends up in Marseille. And this Rhone River is a very important waterway that begins in central France and then comes out to the Mediterranean. And as you can see from this map here, the dark line indicates the specific routes that the Muslim historiography describes as part of the destinations of these Radhanite travelers. And they're selling stuff, by the way. They're buying and selling all over. And the sort of dotted lines indicate the extended trade routes that we know would meet up with most of those places. So it's not at all out of the question to assume that there were Jews who were traveling literally all over the world, engaged in a whole variety of trade as they were active throughout the region. And before I leave that map, let me also mention that the Jews are deeply involved in one of the most important trade routes, which, as you can see right in the center there, it goes from Antioch through the Euphrates River down to the Persian Gulf. This is one of the most important trade routes for the silk trade. Jews were heavily involved in the early silk trade, which was a major reason for the dispersion of Jewish ideas. The spread of Judaism predated the spread of Christianity, and in some ways actually prepared many of these territories for a monotheistic faith because of these Jewish merchants going on. One of the things I happened to read just today, which fascinated me, is that the silk trade, especially when Rome was active, the Jews of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers were especially involved in reweaving silk, meaning the Chinese, who were the people who were making silk out of the cocoons of certain types of silkworms that grow in mulberry trees. They were the Chinese liked to make their silk into more thick, durable cloth for their clothing. The Romans, on the other hand, said, no, we don't like that. We want it sheer and filmy and, something that you drape over yourself and something quite a bit more racy. And so the Jews were actually involved in reweaving, that they often took the silk cloth from China and then they reweaved it. They actually pulled out the thread and then remade it into much more diaphanous cloth that would be sold at a much higher price in Rome. Just a funny little detail there, I thought. Oh, okay. Anyway, so the Jews are definitely heavily involved in this international travel. Now, why the Jews? Well, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy or a self-affirming cycle, because the Jews do have a common language, Hebrew. They have a common legal system such that, they're all bound by the rulings of the Talmud, and they can rely on a neutral, body of judges who will not judge them by the capricious laws of a specific region. I'm going to get more into that in just a second. They also have a strong co-religionist bond such that it is not at all uncommon, and in fact, it was widely common right up into the 20th century in Eastern Europe, where a stranger could show up in a synagogue on Friday night and say simply, hey, I need a place to stay for Shabbat, and he'd be taken in for meals. I have a place to sleep. And then once the Shabbat was over, then he would say, okay, here I am. I'm selling wine or silk or whatever it is. Have you got anyone who wants to trade with me? And of course, the business was self-affirming. So the diaspora of the Jews was actually the foundation of the international commerce that they would be engaged in right up until contemporary times. There is a long historical tradition for this. We will explore the economic aspects of this, God willing, in a lecture later this summer or later this spring, I guess. So hang on, there's lots more to say about that. But let's go to the roots of Ashkenaz. So I referred to the Jewish legal tradition, which is extremely important when you consider the kind of situation that was going on in real dark ages Northern Europe. Now I'm talking about the region of what would be today France and Germany and so on. So we're talking a really weird, backward, pre-Christian kind of environment where they adjudicate trials, for example, by ordeals. Like this is a drawing of the so-called ordeal by water, in which you had a person suspected of some kind of criminal activity. And so the best way to see how well they did is if you tie them up and throw them in the lake. And if they don't drown, then they're innocent because the gods protected them. Or even as it slowly begins to morph into Christianity, God protected them, singular God. So that's definitely not kosher by Talmudic standards. Another version of the ordeal was, two people are in a legal fight, and one of them claims he's totally innocent, so the judge can say, all right, we're going to boil up this vat of oil, and we're going to drop an iron ring in it, and you reach into that boiling vat of oil. If you can take the ring out without being harmed, that will mean that you are obviously innocent. And if you are not willing to do it, it must mean that you are guilty. Like, yikes. I would not want to be anywhere near this kind of legal system. Give me the Talmud any day, rules of evidence and testimony and things like that, please. So, and one last thing, of course, which I'm not sure how Jews felt about this, but there was the trial by conduct or ordeal by combat, where you could defend your innocence by simply going hand to hand with your litigant. And this is probably not historically accurate from the period I'm talking about, but I kind of liked it. This is also something that has no basis in Talmudic jurisprudence. So luckily, Jews were largely exempt in Ashkenaz from any of these trial by ordeal. And they were able, even in these kind of really backward, Conan the Barbarian kind of environments, able to have their affairs adjudicated according to Talmudic law. This was an arrangement that benefited the Jews and also benefited the region because they were the traders. They were the people who brought goods in. And of course, they're in a tiny minority traveling up and down these riverways, with valuable goods. But if the society cannot support people engaged in this kind of trade, then it'll simply stop and people will not have the goods that they want to buy. So there is kind of an investment in giving the Jews that level of legal autonomy. And we see in the Dark Ages that Jews are granted this in the few number of communities that we see them appearing in Northern Europe. That's quite fascinating. At this point, we begin to see the nucleus of something we will, I'm afraid, have to discuss in much greater detail later, but the nucleus of the formation of the Kehillah structure. This is the formal municipal self-government of the Jews that they developed very strongly in Northern Europe, although it definitely has similarities to what was going in Muslim regions as well. The Jews essentially formed for themselves a small state within a state, at least at the municipal level. Later on, when we get to about the 16th century, we'll see that it expands really to a massive level in Poland and Lithuania, where the municipalities are individually connected with one another. But essentially, the Jews in these tiny little struggling communities, we're talking about less than 1,000 people in any of them, are granted the right to govern themselves. They're granted certain protections in order to largely benefit the trade, and later, as we shall see, benefit the tax structure and the tax revenue of the crown. Again, I'm sorry to be talking about this now because we're going to spend at least one of these videos talking about Jews in the medieval economy, and this is crucial. But what it gives us for now is the possibility of Jewish social independence, that they are, through the Kehillah structure and through their legal autonomy, able to run their own affairs and create their own social safety net with education, with support for the elderly, support for orphans and widows, support for poor brides, all kinds of things to ensure that the Jews are self-sufficient as a community and contribute to their ongoing survival, despite the relative barbarity of the Dark Ages in Europe. So that's just by way of introduction. I want to give you that kind of background coloring as we go on to speak now about the Rishonim. And I think the contrast is going to be absolutely stark. In order to start talking about the Rishonim, we should talk about what that term really means. So Rishonim literally means the first ones. The Rishonim are the first ones. The first ones of what? So you have to go backwards a little bit and learn a little bit of Jewish theology here. There is this concept in Jewish theology that actually is quite important for understanding how Talmudic jurisprudence in general works, and it's called in Hebrew Yerida HaDorot, or the decline of the generations. This concept essentially argues that earlier generations, from starting with Moses' generation, shown here, portrayed brilliantly by Charlton Heston, the generation called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, that actually heard the first two of the commandments spoken by God, that was like a pinnacle of a kind of spiritual wisdom that would be fading generation after generation, meaning because they had all had, I'm not going to go into the whole religious material here, but it's important for us to understand the generation of the Exodus had achieved such a closeness to God from that moment at Sinai that every subsequent generation invariably represents a decline. And this decline is not necessarily intellectual in nature. So, for example, when Talmudists are trying to determine a specific law, the rule is not to go to the earlier authorities, but go to later authorities because they tend to have more facts at their disposal. Like, for example, if you wanted to know, is a microwave kosher for cooking, you would not ask some rabbi who wrote about things in the 19th century because he wouldn't have those kinds of facts at his disposal. You would have ask someone writing in the late 20th century to be able to discuss it. And there's a lot more reasons for this, but essentially the intellectual capability of later generations is not questioned. It is the spiritual capability, the sensitivity, the ability to penetrate to the core of an issue that is considered to decline from the moment of Sinai downward, through the prophets and through the sages and so on. So the major people, the major groups that we're speaking about in the medieval period begin with the Tanaim, and these are literally the teachers. They are associated with the Mishnah, and their activity is more or less from the year 200 before the Common Era to 200 of the Common Era. The following generation are called the Amoraim. Amora means literally the sayer. And what this refers to, or the speaker if you want, what this refers to is that this is already a term used in Babylonia in particular, where the vernacular was Aramaic and the texts of the Tanaim were in Hebrew. So you would have a teacher, a rabbi, who would give the lecture, and then a professional human microphone or loudspeaker would then repeat it in Aramaic translation so the population could understand it. And the sages of this generation, in humility, they refer to themselves simply as the repeaters, the speakers, the Amoraim. So these are the sages associated with the Talmud from about the year 200 of the Common Era to about the year 500 of the Common Era. An Amora may not override a Tana. An Amora does not have the same authority as a Tana because of the idea of the decline of the generations. However, if there are two Tanaim who disagree, and an Amora can bring support for his argument with another Amora by quoting one of those Tanaim, then the Amora has support for his argument. So they borrow from earlier times to prove later arguments. I know that's complicated, but we'd have to talk a lot more about Talmud to understand that. The next generation, there's some dispute over what exactly the Savoraim were and when they were, but they blend into the period of the Geonim, which we did speak about a little while ago. And these are the post-Talmudic authorities, primarily based in Mesopotamia, up until about the year 1000. And now we get to our protagonists, the Rishonim. They are called now the first ones. They're clearly not first when you consider them within the scope of the prior authorities, but they represent a distinct chunk of intellectuals who are writing particular kinds of things roughly during the period 1000 to 1500. I've rounded these numbers off, obviously, but this is the era of the Rishonim. And what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit about what they did, why they deserve their own name, what makes them so special, and they are distinguished from the later authorities called the Acharonim, literally the after ones or the later ones. The Acharonim definitely also have a very distinct style, very different from the Rishonim, and I'd like to spend more time about that, but God willing, when we get to the fall, we'll talk about the Acharonim. Note that they kind of stop at around the year 1900. I think it's because in the 20th century, although there's no real kind of dramatic break between the people who were writing in the 18th century, 19th century, but by the time you get to the 20th century, there's just people feel like, wow, I can't be an Acharon. You can't call me an Acharon like the Maharsha or like the Ketsos or something like that. It's too much. So we'll come back to that. But at any rate, these are the sort of terms used for these big intellectual chunks of time and the sort of things that are happening in there. So let's understand what were the Rishonim up to. So they're involved in three main activities. They were largely commentators, counters, and codifiers. These three groups and these three types of activities were especially important for the Rishonim, and we'll understand them in turn here. So here's a beautiful picture, by the way. You're going to see it again in the next class, of an illuminated manuscript of the Guide for the Perplexed. You see there is Maimonides on the right, and he's wearing tefillin, and he's holding up an astrolabe, which is one of the key inventions of the era of the Rishonim, and Rishonim are often pictured holding on to them, their astronomical devices for navigation and things like that. And he's speaking to his students over there. And notice the artwork around the outside, which is absolutely fantastic. At any rate, commentators. So one of the most important figures, one of the people who is regarded as the Rabbi of all Israel, and in fact, the acronym of his name is Rashi. His name is actually Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, or Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, Rabbi Solomon, the son of Isaac. But it's also sometimes playfully translated as Rabban Shel Yisrael, the Rabbi of all Israel. And a brilliant figure who we will have occasion to speak about next week when we come to the Crusades, who essentially embarked on a massive sweep of Jewish literature, a tour de force, providing very pithy, short but incisive and deeply clarifying comments on the entire Torah, the entire Tanakh, the entire Talmud. Massive amount of work that he actually repeated several times. He went through several editions. There are, unfortunately, a few lost tractates where either he did not complete it or we've lost it. But otherwise, we have this guide that takes you through all of the major texts of Judaism in the 11th century. And his style is absolutely enlightening. Children study it because it is so clear and gets to the point of the matter. Now, also, his clarity is, you see the art in it because he takes very complicated things and he edits them down to just 3 or 4 words quite often, and just gets across the idea. One of the most important things that Rashi did is his commentary on the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And in fact, people say that the correct way to learn Torah is with 2 fingers, one finger following the Hebrew text, the other finger following Rashi's commentary. And in fact, in discussions with the Christian colleagues who are Bible scholars, I realize how deeply ingrained it is in Jewish study of the text to always be following along with a commentator, and there are several to choose from, obviously, but Rashi is clearly the king of these commentators. One of the major elements of his intellectual art was his awareness that a major desideratum was to bring the oral Torah, that is the Midrash, the Mishnah, some of the esoterica of what would later be called the Kabbalah, and bring that into the text itself through the commentary. So when you're learning the text of the Torah with Rashi's commentary, you see sometimes, really strange, difficult passages. Rashi will say, don't worry, the oral Torah addresses the questions that you're probably having, and he'll bring in these brilliant insights from the oral Torah. And so it really makes the study of the Torah with Rashi a complete, comprehensive study of the Torah as a whole. One of the interesting engines of Rashi research today is the perennial question, what's bothering Rashi? Like, why did Rashi choose to tell us this? And you figure out the question that Rashi must have had that drove him to give us the answer. And it's tremendously satisfying learning. So Rashi is one of many. He is definitely the king of the era, but he is one of the most important commentators who provide insight into these ancient texts and make them accessible for his generation and for the following millennium. He is as fresh today as he was in the 11th century. The second major group, which are less significant today in terms of people following in their footsteps. There are many people who are like writing commentaries upon commentators. Of course, there are super commentaries on Rashi to this day, but are the counters. In Hebrew, they're called the Monei HaMitzvot, the counters of the commandments. So based on a passage in the Talmud, a very well-known passage in which there's a description of 613 commandments in the Torah, the Rishonim began to say, okay, well, let's make a list. Let's go through the Torah and let us actually provide a list of all 613. Of course, what happens is when you get multiple rabbis working on one problem, frequently you get multiple solutions, right? Like 2 Jews, 3 opinions. And in fact, they all have to come up with the number 613 because that's the number that the Talmud says is there. But then they disagree as to, no, you're counting something that's not a mitzvah. I don't count that mitzvah at all. And the other one says, no, you're counting 2 things as 2 separate mitzvot. They're really only 1 mitzvah. Or you forgot about these mitzvot. What about these, right? So the counters essentially try to place some kind of systematic order on the commandments that appear in the Torah, and it's hugely consequential because it will especially lead to the next category. But just to give you an example of one of the Rishonim that is my favorite counter for sure, this is an anonymous counter, often identified with one Aharon of Barcelona, Spain. Quite possible, although there's significant questions that perhaps it was something else altogether. So it's an anonymous book called the Book of Chinuch, or the Book of Education. And it is the greatest bar mitzvah present ever, where this particular rabbi wants to give a bar mitzvah present to his son. So he essentially says, here, I'm going to list out all 613 commandments. I'm going to list them in the sequence in which they appear in the Torah. So when you go to synagogue every week and hear the Torah read, you'll be able to review all of the mitzvot that occur in that week's parsha. And that's brilliant. That's great. Really helpful just in itself, isn't it? But what he does after that is so much more amazing. First of all, he locates the mitzvah in a count, and they're literally counted 1 through 613. The English translation that's used wisely today is the 3-volume set. And Then he tells you a little bit about how the mitzvah is performed. And then he tells you a little bit about, and this is amazing and not so common as you would think, he tells us why we have this mitzvah, this commandment. And that's like so valuable, because many of the other authorities from the Talmud on really don't think about that, or if they do think about it, they don't write a lot about it. There's this a sort of religious approach to the text saying, here is the commandment, and it is incumbent upon us to observe it, kasher tzivano Hashem Elokai, as the Lord our God commanded us, right? He didn't tell us to think about it. He told us to do it. I'm generalizing. There are a lot of people who would say, no, we have an obligation to think about it too. At any rate, the chinuch provides the why answer to a lot of these commandments, to all of them actually. We don't necessarily, not all of the Rishonim agree with his response, but it is absolutely brilliant, and like I said, the world's best bar mitzvah present ever. We know that it was a bar mitzvah present, and we know a little bit about him and his son because, he speaks to his son directly in the text. It's really very sweet and engaging. We know, for example, that they were Levites because he says, my son, pay attention to this mitzvah because you're a Levi and you're going to have to keep this particular mitzvah. Brilliant and highly enjoyable. And then finally, most significantly, because it flows directly from the counters, are the codifiers. And this is hugely important because essentially these are the people. One of the most important that I've listed here is Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher, known as the Rosh, or the head, who go through these commandments and they say, okay, thank you, for example, anonymous author of the Chinuch, for laying them out how they appear in the text. But if we're actually going to work with these in a functional way and organize a society around them, we've got to have them organized by topics. We've got to have all the laws of keeping kosher in one place, all the laws of keeping Shabbat in the other place, all the laws of, civil, criminal law have to be in one place and things like that. So the codifiers begin to say, all right, organize this here. This is the mitzvah here. This is the mitzvah here. And remember that there's significant debate about what exactly is the mitzvah and how does it apply and under what circumstances is one exempt from it. All of these things are really important. So the codifiers who create, for example, the Rosh created a very important commentary called the Arba Turim, the 4 columns or the 4 pillars, which correspond to 4 different aspects of human life. They end up becoming the source of tremendous dispute and commentaries on the codes. But nevertheless, they are hugely important. The most important of them for contemporary usage is undoubtedly the Shulchan Aruch. We'll speak about him, God willing, later on in this class as well. So these are the 3 main areas that give the Rishonim their distinctive sort of functions. They're really involved in these things, and with the limited exception of counters, all of the Acharonim afterwards are kind of following in their footsteps. Now, at the same time, what's really fascinating to me as well is that the Rishonim are not all uniform at all. They are highly individualized and idiosyncratic. The Rashba and the Ritva and the Rambam, totally different people, different approaches, different personalities. And sometimes they pose questions and provide answers which are shockingly modern, and you say, like, what is going on here? Where did this idea come from? And how come I don't see it in the traditional codes and so on? So among those kind of outliers are brilliant figures like Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was not only a commentator of note, he was also a tremendous poet in Arabic and in Hebrew, and a scientist. There is a crater on the moon named after him. He is the subject, by the way, of some poetry in the English language as well. Here he is holding up some an astrolabe in his left hand and a compass in his right, which alludes to his kind of early scientific burgeoning curiosity. Lived a very poor, difficult life, traveled out of his poverty, he would, and again, this is before printing, so he would literally write out his manuscripts, and then because he was so poor, he would sell his manuscripts, his only copy sometimes, and then have to rewrite them entirely from memory to sell them again. The things he wrote about his poverty are extremely biting, but it also gives you a sense of, wow, this is like so unlike Rashi, so unlike the others. You see also Gersonides, also a Rishon who is not widely studied today, but brilliant, very cutting against the grain kind of commentaries on all kinds of issues which are of extreme relevance today. And when you study some of these Rishonim, you say, wow, this is like alternate history. Like, what would have happened to Jewish civilization if we decided that the halakha, the law, followed Gersonides and not, let's say, the Rosh? Very, very different kind of possibilities, and fascinating for our purposes. We're going to come back to both Gersonides and Ibn Ezra, I think, when we talk about the scientific revolution and Jews involved in it. But this gives you just a sense of the idea that there are many outliers among the Rishonim. It's hardly a monolithic, singularly orthodox way of looking at the world. Rishonim had a tremendous scope and spectrum of activity and interest and so on. Okay, I see that I got a little bit too excited there and I spoke too long about some of these things. So let's look at Maimonides specifically. And he is really special because, among other things, he is the greatest of the outliers. I mean, he is so amazing unto himself as a scholar, as someone who is active in all of these areas and many more, but at the same time, he was the most vilified during his lifetime and especially shortly after his lifetime, so much so that Jews actually were responsible for burning Maimonides' books, if you can believe that. I'll get to that story. Here's a sort of a modernized, detailed version of the iconic image of Maimonides that we have today. We have no idea if he looks anything like this, but it's sort of like when you see that picture, you say, oh, Maimonides. That is his signature up on top, though, which was taken from the Guinness archives. His dates are 1138 to 1204. He was born in Cordoba, Spain. We spoke about it a little bit in the beginning of the Golden Age. But he had to flee Spain as a youth because of the persecution of the North African Muslim tribes that came into the Iberian Peninsula and started demanding a much greater adherence to Muslim orthodoxy and wanted to put a stop to the excessive fraternization that they felt was going on between Jews and Muslims and Christians. So his family, which had been in Spain for generations, in his biography, he lists, I think, 10 generations of dayanim, of judges, of rabbis that preceded him. Very illustrious family. The family had to flee Spain. And over the course of his teenage years, they made their way across the coast of North Africa from one place to another. Along the way from Spain to Egypt, where he ultimately settled, he received a significant secular education. He was especially trained in Tunis, where he learned to be a doctor. As we mentioned before, this is kind of like the go-to profession of a Jewish intellectual of the medieval period. It's a portable trade, it's a respectable trade, it's a well-remunerated trade, so therefore, Jews often chose this as their profession, although he dedicated himself during these years of his youth exclusively to study. The mainstay of their family economically was his brother David, his older brother David, who was a merchant. Unfortunately, when he died in a shipwreck and lost all of their wealth as well, Maimonides had to go to work, and so he turned to trade as a physician, and he had to abandon his full-time study of Torah in order to do so to support the rest of his family. He is, in many ways, paradigmatic and at the same time exceptional. Paradigmatic in the sense that, as we discussed in the the golden age of Spain, he is one of these really unusual people who is world famous for his secular activities, specifically as a medical doctor, and at the same time, he exerts a phenomenal, light on all of Jewish intellectual history for the next 1,000 years. He is so incredibly powerful in both areas simultaneously. That's what makes him sort of like the ideal of the Spanish Golden Age. And that's why I think so many schools are named after him, because, you want to tell your parent body that if you send your kid to our school, he's going to be like Maimonides, a great scholar of Torah and a great breadwinner in his secular field and so on. I think that's what kind of the image that they're trying to get across with that. But at the same time, he was exceptional because, as I mentioned when we talked about the Rishonim, his opinion in halacha is frequently ignored by later commentators. I shouldn't say ignored. I should say it is overruled. They'll say, okay, Maimonides thinks this, but two other major figures, the Rif and the Rosh, they disagree with Maimonides, so we're going to go with majority rule, and Maimonides will lose out. He does things that, he approves of things that the rabbis later would disagree with. And so, although he has a phenomenal impact on Jewish history and Jewish thought, many of his ideas were outright rejected. Just to give you one interesting example, he felt very strongly, based on his long-standing experience in his family, that a person should not receive a check for serving as a rabbi. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. Rabbis, if you're watching this, the Sephardic congregations sometimes continue this practice. It's much more exceptional in the Ashkenazic reign. And there are lots of ways to justify it. Like, for example, if a rabbi does not receive a paycheck, or also teachers, if you're going to teach Torah, you should not get paid to teach Torah. Wow, that would essentially sink the business model of so many Jews. That would be terrible. But there are lots of halakhic exceptions, the most important one being that if a rabbi does not have another source of wealth or income, then he would have to leave off being a rabbi in order to be, a plumber or an accountant or something like that. So there is kind of permission given to pay your rabbis and your teachers so that they are able to rabbi and to teach. But that's kind of an unpopular opinion that Maimonides pulls out of the Talmud and really emphasizes. By the way, I should mention that he is known popularly among Jews as Rambam, or the Rambam, which is an acronym of his name, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon. The Greek term Maimonides means son of Maimon. That would be his father. Okay, so he's paradigmatic for being kind of that Spanish Golden Age ideal, even though the bulk of his career was not in Spain. And he's exceptional because he's frequently disagreed with, and as we shall see, very heavily critiqued